you. Do we have any declarations of interest or statements of transparency? Councillor Meehan.
Declaration of interest. I would like to declare an interest as a current kinship carer in agenda item number 5E, report 4323. I will not take part in any discussion of this item and will leave the meeting.
Thank you very much for that. Number 3. Any further declarations of interest? No. Okay, thank you. Therefore, moving on, revenue and capital outturn 2023. The Council is asked to note the latest positions which were reported to the Council and to the Policy and Resources Committee of 7th February 2023. That's reports 1323 and 1423 respectively. Is that noted?
Noted.
Number 4, Council Plan, Finance and Change Plan and Workforce Plan. And I ask the Chief Exec to introduce this report.
Thank you, Provost. And could I add my welcome to this special council, a really important day in the Council's calendar. Agenda item 4 is the Angus Council Plan for years 2023 to 28, our Finance and Change Plan for years 22-23 to 26, and our Workforce Plan 2023 to 28. Collectively, the plans set out our vision, priorities and strategic policy framework for the next 3 to 5 years. As members are aware, the Council has already saved £78 million from its core budget over the last 10 years. We currently estimate a further £70 million of savings will be required over the next 5 years. Our priorities continue to focus on the Angus economy, our people, Angus places and spaces, and a lean business model to deliver all that we do. As members are aware, we are a heavily regulated public body under significant scrutiny from a number of agencies. Last year, we saw the Council recognised as a well-run, well-led council, delivering effectively with the resources it has when the Accounts Commission and Audit Scotland published their best value. This is helpful to us at this point because further changes and contraction is required. The Council Plan highlights our significant performance indicators and gives agency and the people of Angus an indication of how we are currently doing, but also how we plan and aim to maintain or improve our performance. The Finance and Change Plan similarly highlights challenging targets for the Council to achieve and sustain to be financially viable. Page 37 of our papers, figure 3 and 4, outlines for members and the public how we currently spend our money. The bulk of these costs being in our staff, our teachers, our support staff, our care workers, our social workers, waste operatives, roads and parks. I could go on. Page 39, figure 5, outlines the main causes of our need to find further savings, almost all of which are out with our control. Energy costs, increasing demand for our services and pay. Finally, to our workforce plan. We keep this constantly under review. We support our staff, and during these challenging times, we will continue to look for opportunities to redeploy staff in areas of growth if we are making decisions to reduce elsewhere. Provost, before I pass back to you, I must pay significant regard to Angus Council staff. This has been the most challenging and difficult year I have ever experienced. Members are well aware of some of the proposals in this year's budgets, and none of these are things that we want to do. Myself and Mr. Lorimer have been doing staff engagement meetings since the turn of the year. I must commend the professionalism and respect colleagues have brought to these. It's been considerable. This morning, at the Central Consultative Committee, we heard from the trade unions about the impact of further savings on our staff. Each of the trade unions refused to support the budget, but instead noted its content. This brings me back to where I started. Angus Council has already saved £78 million. This budget today takes us some way towards a further £70 million required over the next 5 years. Please be in no doubt that the impact of these savings on our staff and on our citizens will be felt. I'll hand back to you, Provost.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Provost. Given the declaration of interest by Councillor Meehan, I would request that we advance item 5E and deal with that now in Councillor Meehan's absence, and then we deal with the rest of the papers once he can resume, if that's agreeable.
Is that agreeable? Thank you, Councillor Wan. Thank you. Right, so we'll move on to 5A. We go back, or are we doing 5E now? Right, so over to. Oh, sorry.
Okay, can I just move item 5E?
Is that agreed? Thank you. So, moving back to 5 and A, we're getting a verbal up.
Provost, can we
Yes.
maybe just ask Councillor Ian to come back in?
All right, yeah. My apologies, thank you. So while we're waiting for Councillor Meehan to come back in, I'll read out that it's 5A, the Provisional Revenue and Capital Budgets 2023 and to 24 and beyond, setting of the 22-23 Council tax and related issues. And at this point in time, I can say to all members, that is the year that we're talking about this afternoon. Okay, we are talking about this annual budget. I know at times there is we talk about the 3-year rolling budget, but just to clarify that for all 28 councillors, we're only relating to this year's budget. Thank you. And with that in mind, Mrs. Sharon Falconer will give a brief summary of the views expressed at the meeting that was held earlier on today from the Central Consultative Committee.
It's noisy. Thank you, Provost, and good afternoon, elected members. The Central Consultative Committee met earlier today and considered the Council Plan, the Finance and Change Plan and Workforce Plan, along with report numbers 5423, 4123 to 5023, 5723 and 5823 on the Provisional Revenue and Capital Budgets for 23-24. Unison reflected on the 2020 to 2022 year period and reiterated the key messages and areas of concern that had been brought forward by them to elected members' attention previously. Unison highlighted the £60 million in cuts for the next 3 years period and the impact that these proposals would have on staff over a variety of service areas. Unison acknowledged that Angus Council was under extreme pressure like never before, and raised that the approach from central and Scottish governments towards local government in Scotland inspired little confidence. Unison highlighted that COSLA has regularly warned of job losses and implications for service delivery, and in noting the proposed budget savings contained within the workforce plan of £2 million in relation to workforce-related reductions, raised concerns around what this meant in terms of job losses for Angus Council employees. Unison also referred to the significant impact and risk to the Council in relation to the creation of the National Care Service, highlighting that the proposals as they stood would spell the end of in-house local authority-run social care and social work services. Unison referred to the Council plan for 2023 to 2028 that indicated radical, wide-ranging, innovative ways would require to be taken forward to address the rising costs and reducing budgets. Unison emphasised that local authorities should challenge national and Scottish governments in relation to the funding provided to local government. Other key points and concerns raised were the move to increase digitalisation of services and potential impact on the community, the impact of the cost of living crisis on council staff, pay that has consistently failed to keep up with inflation for over 12 years, and the use of and impact on staff of temporary employment contracts. Unison acknowledged the open and constructive channels of communication between the Council and trade unions. Unison also stated it continues to support the principle of legal no-cuts budgets, whereby authorities utilise underspends, exercise prudential borrowing, reserves and other financial options available to them. Other trade union representatives present at the meeting supported the statement provided by Unison. Thank you.
Thank you. And ask Mrs. Kelly McIntosh will give us a brief summary of the meeting held this earlier today to do with the Children and Learning Committee.
Thank you, Provost. At the special meeting of the Children and Learning held earlier today in Angus House, Report 7223 identified budget efficiencies in the Education and Lifelong Learning Directorate. There were no questions asked and only one comment which related to a saving in the visiting specialists in our primary schools, which refers to the 24-25 budget year. Members of the committee noted the report. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to ask Ms. Vivian Smith to speak at this stage regarding Report 5323.
Thank you, Provost. It's to make a point of clarification for members that we should add to recommendation 1.1, subject to Angus Alive following the change process already agreed.
Thank you. I'm now going to ask Mr. Ian Lorimer to speak at this stage regarding Report 5723.
Thank you, Provost. Good afternoon, members. It's just to clarify one small thing in relation to one of the reports. Appendix A to Report 5723, one of the proposals in that in terms of one-off investment is for £100,000 to be used to employ additional welfare rights staff. Now, the appendix says at the moment that that 100,000 would be able to be used to employ 2 welfare rights officers for 23 months. It should say only 1 welfare rights officer for 23 months. So that's just to clarify that. Thank you, Provost.
Thank you. Now, I am going to ask Councillor Duff as finance spokesman to move the budget proposals. And at this time, I'll ask you, do you have a seconder as well? Right. Yeah, thank you. Councillor Whiteside, just for the minute. Councillor Whiteside will be seconding. Thank you. Councillor Duff.
Okay, Provost. Once again, I should like to start by thanking those that have participated in preparing the budget and acknowledge the assistance I've been given. Support from officers within the Finance Directorate has, as always, been very good, with the usual standards of impartiality, professionalism and sound advice. I should like to thank my fellow members of the PBSG, Councillors Whiteside, Brays, Cheap, Beattie, Vaughan, Gall and Dorn. Once the parties split in mid-January, the administration members only were involved in setting the budget. Special thanks go to the finance team, Stephen Mill, Gillian Woodcock, Jill Rennie and Darren O'Shea, who provided close support to the PBSG and assisted in producing the administration budget. Our Finance Director, Mr Ian Lorimer, has of course been pivotal to the whole exercise, and I'd like to thank him for his hard work, guidance and advice. The whole CLT team have, of course, participated, and I'd like to thank all directors and their senior staff who have assisted in preparing the budget. And I'd also like to thank all members of the administration group for helping to produce what is very much a collegiate budget. It's normal on those occasions to thank past colleagues, and I'd like to mention former Councillor Alec King, who served as finance spokesperson for the SNP in Tayside Regional Council, Angus District Council and Angus Council, and was very much the master from whom many of us learned. Councillor King was responsible for the strategy which delivered 5 new primary schools in Arbroath, and that's a fitting legacy for his time as finance spokesperson in the previous SNP administration, 2012 to 17. Looking at the wider world political situation, there's the old Chinese curse, may you live in interesting times, and I think that's apt because nobody expected a war in mainland Europe, and nobody expected escalating gas prices. And nobody expected Trussonomics during the hapless Premier's 49-day reign, which drove the pound down, bond yields up, and threatened the stability of much of the UK pension market. We have seen interest rates rise, hitting mortgage payers, businesses and councils alike. And we have the catastrophic mistake that was Brexit, which is hitting the UK economy in all sorts of negative ways. Turning to the Council, the Council's grant settlement was marginally better than we had predicted at £261 million and £3,000. Once ring fence funds have been excluded, this afforded £252.775 million, 2.1% higher than last year. Table 2 on page 389 gives the gross funding gap of £20.92 million on ongoing and £5.005 million on one-offs. This has to be funded by a mixture of reserves and council tax. I want to briefly discuss service concessions. This is a slightly complicated topic, but it nonetheless brings substantial benefits to Angus Council. Angus Council has 5 PPP, PFI, SFT deals. One of these is a very small one, and that sits with the Health and Social Care Partnership. There are 4 specifically council projects totalling a capital value of £142 million, and these are repaid over between 26 and 31 years. The payments include principal repayments to the lender, and this is done much faster than the asset is consumed, with schools, for example, having a life of at least 50 years. The service concessions, which have now been approved by Scottish Government and today by this Council, allow us to write down the principal repayments over the asset life and hence reduce our annual charges to the revenue account. This treatment gives us a revenue benefit for 23-24 of £2.9 million, and this benefit will be maintained at this level for about 10 years. In addition, we benefit from a retrospective review of payments made, which yields £22.9 million in excess payments made since 2005. This figure will be credited to our general fund usable reserves. It's worth pointing out that contractual payments for such items will not be affected, and no cash is involved, merely the accounting treatment. I will now cover how this administration plans to use this welcome windfall. The Council's reserves, both conventional and those generated by the service concessions, will be added together and distributed into 3 pots. These comprise a spend to save reserve, which will be used to fund projects that increase income and to pay for necessary reconstruction of the Council's activities in order to achieve a balanced budget over the next few years. Secondly, we are currently suffering from exceptional inflation, some caused by global events such as the war in Ukraine. The Council has also seen exceptionally high costs in the area of care-experienced children, which members will recall being described in recent reports. It's anticipated that these exceptional costs may persist for a while. It needs to be noted that the Council has indicated that will increase in-house accommodation for such children, and that will in time address the exceptional cost pressure. Therefore, to address these areas, both the exceptional energy costs and the issue with care-experienced children, we will create an exceptional cost pressure reserve. The final pot will be a reserve drawdown strategy to allow the Council to balance the budget over the forthcoming 5 years. This will allow us time to reshape our spending and increase our income so that in time we reach the desired position, which is a balanced budget. We will taper the use of these reserves so that each year we will use less than in the previous year. We believe that this is a prudent and measured response to our current budgetary difficulties. So I'll now cover some items in the revenue spending, both increased income opportunities and cuts in service, essentially. So a number of operational matters. We are interested in potential commercial activities to increase our income. I'll start with the thorny topic of town centre car parking charges. These were introduced in 2018 by the previous Conservative-led administration without any economic impact survey. Parking charges are currently paused, and that will continue for another year. The administration has asked officers to carry out an impact assessment on the charges on local businesses. The administration is keen to look at potential for parking charges at tourist-focused places and to examine feasibility of taxing of motor caravans. The Scottish Government has devolved collection of non-domestic rates for empty property to councils. We are interested in seeing if there may be additional taxation opportunities here or with second homes. The proposed transient visitor tax may be some years away, but this is another source of finance that we might be interested in looking at. Moving on to our real estate, the Council will reduce the temperature at which our buildings, including schools, are maintained. The reduction to 18 degrees centigrade will save £500,000 per annum and will also reduce our carbon footprint by 1,400 tonnes of CO2 per annum. We will move to centralised property maintenance, affording a potential £100,000 saving. We're also proposing savings in fleet management to give us something like £25,000. Moving on to staffing, the Council plans to review staffing over the next 3 years, taking advantage of collaborations with other authorities, organisational redesign and efficiencies. For 23-24, we're anticipating savings of £500,000 in this area. Moving on to roads, it's recognised that maintaining our roads and providing winter service is critical to the people of Angus. This is reflected in our Council plan and proposed performance targets for repairs and maintenance of our roads. We are proposing a saving to the cyclical roads maintenance budget, but will couple this with continued capital investment in our roads infrastructure and increased operational efficiencies. And I'll say more about investment on the capital side later. For future years, we aim to undertake a wider review of our roads network and assets, and will consider opportunities for reclassification of some of our roads to walking and cycling green routes, so we can prioritise our resources where they're most needed. Move on to transport. The financial challenges we face mean that we do need to review our public transport provision and the bus services that we subsidise across Angus. We are proposing to withdraw service on routes A670 and A673 from the Sidlow area, which travel into Dundee. Dundee City Council withdrew subsidy from these routes several years ago, and recent research shows that only 6.6% of customers are Angus residents. So at present, Angus Council is essentially supporting Dundee residents travelling from the edge of the city into the city centre. This particular subsidy is £137,000 per annum, and our intention is to take £100,000 saving and reinvest £37,000 to look at demand-responsive transport to replace the areas covered by these routes. That proposal will involves using smaller vehicles, advanced booking and fewer overall journeys, which is better both financially and for the environment. Move on to environmental services. Our Parks Department have had success selling their expertise, and we anticipate an additional income of £250,000 for 23-24. Our Parks team continue to be the ground maintenance provider of choice for external organisations such as local housing associations, and our waste team continue to collect over 1,000 commercial premises. We're also benefiting significantly from a profit share agreement associated with the sale of electricity generated at the Energy to Waste facility in Dundee, where we send our non-recyclable waste, and that saving at the moment, or that benefit in terms of the energy sale, is of the order of £1 million per annum. We're also looking at more opportunities such as the development of a solar farm at our former Resteneth landfill site. Recycling centres have been a contentious area for many years. Angus, with a population of 116,000, has 7 such centres. We cannot afford to maintain all 7 recycling centres in Angus. Some do not benefit from much use, and others are expensive to run. We also recognise the agreement we have reached with Dundee City Council for residents in the Monteith and Sidlow areas to use recycling centres in Dundee. We are therefore proposing a network of 5 recycling centres that still provide good access to recycling, and we will continue our meet and greet approach at centres which staff engage with and encourage visitors to separate and recycle as much as they can. An options appraisal has been carried out, and both the Kirriemuir and Monteith centres will close. Both handle relatively small amounts of waste material, and both have alternative centres close by. In addition, the Monteith Recycling Centre requires an expensive way leave from the Ministry of Defence, which costs the Council £25,000 per annum. There is also the potential sale of the Monteith Centre, which should afford a capital receipt for the Council. I should also add, as part of these changes, the Carnoustie Recycling Centre will have enhanced services. Our Finance and Change Plan targets significant savings from the review of our curbside recycling service. We have recently completed a community engagement exercise on our curbside service, and the results will be used to shape the future of our recycling services. We aim to deliver savings through efficiencies and by aligning our services with a deposit return scheme for Scotland due to be introduced later this year. It remains far cheaper for us to recycle our waste, therefore our focus will continue to be on maximising how much we recycle and improving on our already excellent recycling record in Angus. The green bin charge for removal of garden waste, a very successful venture initiated by the previous SNP Angus administration, and credit to the former councillor Donald Morrison and Mr Daly, who had the courage to start this initiative. This has now been copied over much of Scotland, and our proposal is to increase the charge per bin from £30 to £40. This will afford a potential 200,000 additional income. This measure will help recoup running costs and is generally borne by those in our society most able to pay the increase. I'll move on to vibrant communities and sustainable growth and economic development. There will be a reduction of £200,000, that's 32% of the 22-23 net expenditure in the provision of economic development services, which will require a service review to be undertaken. The review will focus on identifying future priorities based on the new Angus economic strategy, which will shortly be finalised, and continuing to contribute to delivery of the Tay Cities Regional Economic Strategy. The service will continue to maximise income from our property portfolio and delivery of skills and employability service, all of which have opportunities to secure additional external funding. Capitalising on the alignment with planning, climate change and environment functions and the opportunities presented through the new planning legislation, it's proposed to more closely align the work of these teams, shifting the focus to project coordination and delivery. Move on to antisocial behaviour. In light of budget pressures, it's proposed to reduce provision of antisocial behaviour services, and a service review will be undertaken in 23-24. A reduced budget will mean a reduction in our offer and staff numbers, and focusing resources on support to council tenants and reducing the level of service to private households. Move on to vibrant communities. The Vibrant Communities team is currently in the final stages of a service review which will realise savings of £350,000 in 23-24, and this equates to 22.5% of the 22-23 budget for the year 23-24. The proposed changes see us move away from 4 equal locality-based models right across Angus to a thematic model where services will be delivered based on need and evidence to ensure we're supporting the people that who need our help most, that we don't duplicate provision from other partners, and that we're more efficient in what we do. A further reduction in budget is proposed for 24-25 of £650,000. However, the non-statutory services of vibrant communities are preventative in nature, and with the current cost of living crisis impacting people and communities alongside entrenched poverty faced by some people and communities, it's proposed to change the way in which we deliver preventative services to a more integrated and targeted approach. In changing this approach, it's considered there is a need to work even more closely with partners and communities, while at the same time delivering savings. To maintain a core approach to prevention and change the way the service is delivered, a service design exercise will be undertaken to consider what other services should be integrated to ensure that delivery of preventative activity can be both sustained and developed. I'll move on to Tayside contracts. Since 1996, Tayside contracts has been the collaborative and commercial operating arm for the 3 councils in Tayside. In partnership with ourselves, they provide essential public services to the people of Angus, ranging from school catering to road and footpath maintenance to keeping our roads safe and passable during the worst of winter weather. This model of partnership working across organisational boundaries delivers many benefits, and we need to maximise the value that we get from such arrangements. Like all other council services, though, Tayside contracts have seen their costs increase over the past year, primarily as a result of inflation and nationally agreed pay awards. This has placed unsustainable pressure on council budgets that pay for these services. We have therefore included within our change programme ambitious but very realistic saving and efficiency targets for Tayside contracts, totalling £1.1 million over the period to 25-26. We expect these to be delivered through a combination of internal business efficiencies to ensure their costs deliver best value, and expansion of their commercial activity to increase income from other sources. I would highlight that these requirements for efficiency and business transformation are the same as those being delivered by internal council services and bodies including the Angus Health and Social Care Partnership and Angus Alive. I'll briefly move on to these 2 other external organisations, Angus Health and Social Care Partnership. Funding of that will be again flat cash as in previous years, with an additional ring-fenced amount of £3.3 million from Scottish Government. One of my colleagues will say more on this topic later. Angus Alive. Angus Alive is the Council's cultural, sporting and leisure alio with its own board of directors and executive team. Angus Alive receives a management fee from the Council to support its operations. As part of the Council's need to cut costs, the savings value for 23-24 will be reduced by £500,000, and similar reductions are planned for the next 2 years. For 23-24, the Board of Angus Alive has identified several savings consequential on the decisions we are making today. And I think it's important that members understand what they're signing up to on changes to the Angus Alive management fee. So the changes that are, the principal changes I would highlight to you are A, withdrawal from the Montrose Basin Local Nature Reserve. B, hand the gateway to the Glens Museum in Kirriemuir back to Angus Council. C, hand Brechin Townhouse Museum back to Angus Council. D, hand Arbroath Community Centre back to Angus Council. And E, hand Ingalls Memorial Hall and Library Visitor Centre back to Angus Council. While these measures may be disappointing, they do not address the magnitude of savings required to match the reduction in management fee for 23-24 and the 2 subsequent years. There will need to be further significant restructure of Angus Alive to meet the major financial challenges ahead. I'll now touch on some other one-off funding which I've dealt with in the revenue section. There is some additional one-off funding that I'll deal with in the capital section. And these are as follows. Holiday, food and fun. This successful project has run for several years and aims to provide activities and a decent meal for vulnerable children and families during the long summer vacation. We're providing £200,000 to support this valuable work in the year to come. Item 2, additional welfare rights staff. That's the item that Mr Lorimer mentioned earlier on. This is a temporary one for 23 months, so it covers 2 years, and we're allocating £100,000 to support one additional staff resource to address the pressure on welfare rights due to the cost of living crisis. This will run for, as I say, a 23-month period. Number 3, a hardship fund, a continuation of some LACER-funded projects. The funding allocated from the Scottish Government through the LACER programme will soon be exhausted. The Council cannot afford to replicate that scale of funding, nearly £1.7 million, but it's proposed to set aside a sum to continue to support those most in need. And we're allocating £275,000 to support activities previously supported by LACER. And the 4th item is a provision for educational and lifelong learning budget risks. There are several uncertainties and risks in relation to the ELL budget, including government grant conditions in relation to staff numbers and ongoing uncertainty over pay. A sum is to be set aside in reserves as a commitment until such times as those risks and uncertainties have been clarified. This again is the administration making prudent provision for current uncertainties in this area, and we're allocating a sum of £350,000 to this. I'll move on to balancing the budget and the council tax and our use of reserves. From report 5423, page 389, table 2, the gap that the budget has to bridge is 25.934 million. This will be met by applying the change programme savings of 13.327 million, increased charges 0.291 million, and increased council tax yield 0.442 million, and a mixture of council tax increase and prudent use of council reserves. The administration is proposing a council tax increase of 6% for 23-24. This is more than has been seen of late, but needs to be looked at in context of the UK inflation running at 10 to 12%, and taking note that Angus Council tax rate is the second lowest in mainland Scotland, being £100 below the Scottish average at Band D level. It's useful to compare our council tax with our near neighbours. Both Aberdeenshire and Perth and Kinross have council taxes £100 higher than us at Band D level, and Dundee City Council has a Band D tax £177 higher than Angus. Members will note that we've increased the provision for council tax relief by £288,000 to ensure that those with difficulty to pay increased tax are catered for. The proposed council tax increase will raise $3.575 million, leaving a gap of $8.299 million. The use of reserves will be deployed to bridge this gap, and you'll see that on Statement 2 when that's circulated. It's my intention to give the Angus public an insight into our 3-year plan regarding stewardship of the Council's affairs and likely council tax levels. The change programme outlines reductions in spending and increases in charges. On council tax, my expectation is that council tax will increase by about 5% in each of the next 2 years. This forecast obviously depends on inflation and other factors outside the council's control. We'll move on to the capital plan, and that's available on page 453, and it amounts to $127.046 million over the 5-year period. We're allowing for a 12.5% overage to cope with slippage, and we're also increasing the contingency to $5.70 million, which I think is a prudent step. The plan is inevitably dominated by the Montefieth High School campus, which at $56 million is the Council's largest ever investment. This clearly constrains us on all other potential capital investments. On the Montefieth campus project, design work is underway, and it's anticipated that final costs will be available by the May cycle Policy and Resources Committee, when the decision will be taken to legally commit to this project. If I may express a personal view here, I believe that the Montefieth may be the last such secondary school that Angus Council can afford to build. The bulldoze and rebuild strategy going forward is, in my view, unaffordable, given the huge inflationary pressures we've seen on building new secondary schools. If we go back to 2008, when the Carnoustie rebuild cost £18 million, Brechin cost £25 million in 2015, Forfar £35 million in 2017, and now Montefieth potentially £56 million in 2025. You can draw a straight line graph there, and it's pretty horrific. The Angus Council Schools Investment Strategy was approved in 2017 as a long-term 30-year vision to improve our entire school estate. Our vision for our school estate is to create the best quality learning environment for all of our children and young people, and which makes best use of the resources available. And over the past 5 years, the Council has progressed the delivery of the strategy, culminating with the Montefieth project. In January 2018, the Council agreed that our school improvement programme should be reviewed, updated and presented to the Children and Learning Committee by September 2020. After a period of slow progress, it is now timely to undertake this review and refresh our strategy and associated school estate programme. Officers will bring an initial report to the Children and Learning Committee before the summer recess. We'll move on to the Route Action Plan, Montrose to A90 Link Road and other Montrose developments. The Montrose to the A90 road link has been in the Council's capital plan for some time. It's worth briefly recapping the history of this project. The original concept was to run a road from Montrose to the Stracathro junction on the A90 to allow HGV traffic easy access to this north-south main road. This would also remove HGV traffic travelling to Montrose from the streets of Brechin. The funding of this project was always problematic. The Council capital plan shows this as a £15 million project, with £10 million potentially being provided by Tay City's deal money. However, the Angus fund in Tay City deal was primarily for innovation, not infrastructure, and only between £2 and £3 million of the £26.5 million fund was allocated to transport projects. What is clear is that Angus Council has spent over £750,000 on this project, mainly on consultants' fees, and the preferred routes all terminate at the south end of the Marykirk Bridge, which I'll point out to you was built in 1814. That's before the Battle of Waterloo. This is a narrow bridge, and on the north side, the land is prone to flooding. Furthermore, Marykirk Village has a narrow main street. The cost of these proposals was in the envelope of £30 to £50 million when the consultants last reported. That, of course, does not address a new crossing of the North Esk River at Marykirk, nor an essential bypass for that village. These issues could obviously be shared with Aberdeenshire Council if they were agreeable. For the reasons above, this administration is now cancelling this project, as it is neither logistically viable nor has it met its design specification, and is now financially unaffordable to Angus Council. The administration, however, recognises the significant economic opportunities that exist in the Montrose area, with the expanding offshore wind sector, which significantly benefits Montrose Port, and the 04 development to the north of Montrose, where Crown Estates is developing a business park to cater specifically for offshore and port-related traffic. As a result, we will provide £75,000 to support a study to capitalise on the emerging opportunities from the offshore wind sector, as well as supporting our existing businesses in Montrose, investigating opportunities between the north of Montrose and Montrose Port. The study will explore how we can incorporate active travel, road safety and smart technology for all road users, as well as supporting the development of a robust business case to release Tay-City deal funding, and the sum identified as approximately £2.6 million as part of the Angus Fund programme. So that is the amount of money that was in the Angus Fund specifically for transport projects. I will continue with one or two other one-off investments for 23-24, and these are more of the capital nature, and I mentioned before some of the more revenue-affected items. Investment in roads and other core infrastructure repairs. Our roads are under increasing pressure due to the more variable weather and suffer from underinvestment due to long-standing financial pressures on Angus Council, which we share with most other areas in the country. To improve matters, we're providing an additional £1 million of funding to augment our roads capital plan for 23-24. This sees the investment rise from £4.911 million to £5.911 million, which is an increase of 20% on the funding already proposed. Item 2 is an investment in climate change, net zero and biodiversity. Several years ago, the Council declared a climate emergency, and we are providing a fund of £1 million to support projects which help to address climate change, reduce our carbon footprint, or address increasing biodiversity. This was a regular feature of opposition budgets between 2017 and 2022, and the new administration are consistent in our priorities. And item 3 is minor repair works for Arbroath Harbour. The capital plan includes £300,000 for improvement to the breakwater at the harbour. In addition to this, the administration has acknowledged other essential maintenance work at this key Arbroath asset that requires attention, and we are providing an additional £100,000 to address these issues. Final conclusions. I've not mentioned everything that has changed in this budget, but have kept my remarks to the most significant issues, and I've probably spoken for long enough. This has undoubtedly been the most difficult budget Angus Council has had to present. The financial pressures are extreme, and the forward view is no better. With the three-year plan, the budget gap has increased from 52 million to 60 million over the last several months. The administration has attempted to balance many factors. protection of the most vulnerable, focus our resources on the most critical areas to support a long-term plan, and increase our charges to ensure the long-term viability of the Council. I commend this budget to the Council and ask the Leader, Councillor Whiteside, to second.
Thank you, Provost, and thank you, Councillor Duff. Oh, it's not on properly. Thank you, Provost, and thank you, Councillor Duff. I'm happy to second this budget, and I'd like to add my thanks to Mr Lorimer and his team and everyone who's been involved in the process of producing this budget, and I appreciate that involves months and months of work. So today we're announcing the Angus Council budget for the coming year and setting out our expectations for the following 2 years, and this is important to ensure that any decisions we make today are taken in the context of the challenges which we face in the medium term. Families across Angus are suffering due to unprecedented inflationary pressures on household budgets, but those cost pressures also impact on the finances of the Council, leaving us with difficult decisions as we strive to cut costs whilst delivering the services which are vital to our communities. When money's tight, we must consider our priorities when making decisions. It's simply not possible to carry on as before. Something has to give. We've been prudent and fair in the construction of this budget, and I'm confident that it strikes the right balance between protecting the Council's finances whilst ensuring the most vulnerable members of our society are supported. We're also mindful of the responsibilities towards the environment and conscious that our decisions must protect the economy of Angus. Now, Councillor Duff's covered some of this, but just to reiterate where our priorities lie, in order to help those most in need, we've ensured that our welfare rights services has had its funding not only protected but increased. We've extended our cost of living support initiatives, providing further support for the Holiday Food and Fund programme and contributing funding to extend the LACER project, which is the COVID Economic Recovery Fund. We continue to support the Glen Clover project, which focuses on addressing child poverty in pre-birth and early years, and have increased the school clothing grant. We've allowed additional funding for fostering and kinship care allowances, recognising our commitment towards looked after children in Angus. Despite the pressures we face as a council, those decisions are indicative of the priorities which we hold. Climate change remains a challenge for us, and to this end we've earmarked an additional £1 million to progress new low carbon and biodiversity projects. We need to acknowledge the necessity of preparing for the future before it becomes too late to address climate change impacts. We can't protect our people without striving to help our economy. Despite the financial challenges, we've listened to the concerns of small businesses across our high streets and continued the suspension of car parking charges in our towns. We've earmarked additional funds for infrastructure projects, including more money for work at Arbroath Harbour and on our existing roads. We remain committed to our largest capital project, the replacement of the Monifieth High School with our new learning campus. The resources to enable us to fund those priorities have not been easy to find, and difficult decisions have had to be made. In the face of high inflation, it was necessary to raise income by increasing charges. This has been done in a responsible and sustainable way without putting too high a burden on the residents of Angus. In a just society, we look after each other. Those who can afford to contribute a wee bit more should, while those who can't should be afforded the protection of a safety net. And that has been our philosophy whilst working towards a balanced budget. No one wants to hear that council tax will rise or that services will cut. But we must face the reality of the financial situation. We must find ways to reduce costs, but our priority must always remain tackling poverty. I want to reassure all of you that we'll strive to ensure fairness, stability and progress in Angus. Please support our budget.
Thank you very much, Councillor Whiteside. The Director of Legal and Democratic Services has asked for a 30-minute recess, which I am granting. So we will be back at 2:25. 2:20, yeah, because it's just changed. 2:25. Thank you. Is that agreed? Agreed. Thank you. And can you switch off the live stream? Thank you.
Could the live stream be resumed, please?
Thank you, Councillor Boyd. Can I ask for, in terms of Standing Order 27, I move suspension of SO 26, requesting the Council to revoke the decision of the Council taken earlier in relation to item 5E, report number 43/23. Thank you.
Great.
Do you have a seconder?
Councillor Cull. Is that agreed?
Provost. Provost.
Right, we need to go to the vote.
Yeah, sorry, this is just for members'
Yes.
information. This is a procedural motion to suspend Standing Order 26 to revoke a previous decision and should be put to the vote without amendment or discussion. So the motion by Councillor Wan, seconded by Councillor Gall, is to suspend Standing Order 26. Please vote yes to suspend or no not to suspend. Provost.
Motion.
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Sorry, yes. Sorry.
Deputy Provost Clerk.
Motion.
Yes.
Yes, I beg your pardon, yes.
Councillor Beattie.
Yes.
Councillor Bell.
Yes.
Councillor Braze.
Yes.
Councillor Cheap. Councillor Cowdy.
Yes.
Councillor Devine.
Yes.
Councillor Doran.
Yes.
Councillor Duff.
Yes.
Councillor Durno. Councillor Fairweather. Councillor Fotheringham.
Yes.
Councillor Gall.
Yes.
Councillor Ross. Gregg.
Yes.
Councillor MacDonald.
Yes.
Councillor McLaren. Councillor Meekin.
No vote.
Councillor Melville.
Yes.
Councillor Gavin Nicholl.
Yes.
Councillor Louise Nicholl. Councillor Proctor.
Yes.
Councillor Scott.
Yes.
Councillor Shepherd.
Yes.
Councillor Speed.
Yes.
Councillor Stewart.
Yes.
Councillor Wan.
Yes.
And Councillor Whiteside.
Yes.
That's 27 for the yes and 1 no vote.
Great. And therefore, I think we can now move on. Is that correct? Yes. Okay. And just before we move on, I'm sure all the nervousness there, you called me Councillor Boyd, I'm the Provost of Angus. Thank you. Alternative budget proposal from the opposition group in terms of standing order, and I ask Councillor Gall to move the alternative budget from the... Oh, yes, sorry.
Sorry, Provost, I think I need to move the administration motion excluding item 5E.
Right.
I do that in the knowledge that unless 5E passes, the whole budget is not balanced and satisfactory. My proposal is we move the whole budget except for 5E, and once we've dealt with that, we will come back and deal with 5E in the absence of Councillor Meehan, who's made a declaration of interest on that item. Yeah. Is that a satisfactory way forward?
Yeah, I think that clarifies everything for the record as well. Okay, thank you. Thank you for that, Councillor Duff. Therefore, over to Councillor Gall. Do you have a seconder for the alternative budget? Councillor Wan. Thank you. Thank you.
First, I'd like to thank Ian Lorimer and his team for the in-depth reports he presents to elected members, setting out the Council's financial position on an ongoing basis, and also a special thanks to Stephen Mills, who guided the non-administration group through our alternative budget. Colleagues, it gives me no pleasure to deliver an alternative budget that in many ways reflects the same grim reality as administration's paper, that this local authority, like so many across Scotland, is on the precipice. We are not staring into the abyss, we are several steps into it, and given how tight a position we're in, you'll see this opposition budget contains many similarities with the administration's budget. Now, finding savings from almost nothing is a feature of Angus Council for the past decade. Indeed, Audit Scotland's most recent report on us found The last administration had an exemplary approach to streamlining services in challenging times while meeting statutory obligations. That was for £41 million in savings in the last administration. Because of reduced funding from the Scottish Government, we are still looking for more than £60 million of savings now, £26 million in the next 3 years and £13.3 million for this year. Thanks to Mr Lorimer and his finance team, we know just how perilous Angus Council's position is. There's a range of services and efficiency we will argue about today, but people out there are depending on us keeping council tax as low as possible while delivering services worth the name. We also need to make sure there's a provider of services in years to come, so we've taken a prudent approach to keep as much of the reserve's safety net as possible, £300,000 as a contingency increase and reducing the use of the reserves by £1.174 million. Selling the silverware at the very beginning of an arduous multi-year programme is not clever governance. As we all know, the council tax makes up only 19% of Angus Council's budget, and the non-administrations group are proposing a 5% increase in council tax for this budget year. What I'd like to now focus on is a critical point of divergence between the opposition and SNP's budget that Angus needs to become greener, not meaner. We propose to keep all 7 recycling centres. We will keep all 7 recycling centres open and reinstate a general waste option for Carnoustie to return a non-recyclable general waste skip to Carnoustie Recycling Centre 2 days per month, to accept only recyclable waste at Arbroath, Forfar and Montrose recycling centres 1 day per week. In practice, this would mean preventing access to the non-recyclable general skip on these days. Our strategy also has the potential to increase our recycling in Arbroath, Montrose and Forfar. With any change, the strategy obviously has advantages but disadvantages that the Director has informed are viable and feasible, keeping us ahead in the climate emergency as a Green Authority. I would like now to take you through the disadvantages and how we could possibly mitigate them, followed by the advantages. To begin with, the best efforts to communicate would be made, but there is a high risk of public confusion, frustration regarding days that can and cannot take non-recyclable waste. There's always confusion with any change, but service position is continually evolving, and Angus Council can mitigate this through a communication campaign which over time would hope to reduce confusion. There's the increased risk of violence and aggression towards staff. Inevitable there will be customers that attend site and will find aggravated that we cannot accept their own non-recyclable waste. And although it's a sad disadvantage to note, that's hard to admit here that happens in Angus, we have to realise it's a tiny minority. We would see the mitigation of this through cameras, especially body cameras, which would hopefully isolate this type of behaviour to an absolute minimal. There's a high risk of significant traffic congestion and queuing at Carnoustie on the 2 days per month non-recyclable waste is accepted. Also increased congestion at 3 larger sites on 6 days to accept all waste. This is a given. When there's any change planned, there will be a period of bedding in, but over time we would, with communication, we'd hope to see this ease as the public becomes aware of the new process. Another disadvantage is in non-recyclable skips servicing likely to be insufficient at Carnoustie, as unlikely skip will be full at the end of an available day. Inevitable we will need to transport skips that are not full, which means more skip movements. This is a given considering the conditions, but it's an operational issue and well-trained council staff will be able to overcome. Machinery on site to compact waste in skips at the larger 3 centres but not Carnoustie. This will result in lower payload of non-recyclable skips at Carnoustie. Although true, the purposes of this proposal is to keep all 7 recycling centres open, and there are always compromise in any change proposed. Consultation with staff to amend their contracts, reduce hours and/or change base would be required. This would be managed through natural turnover of staff where possible. Although there's the disadvantages, the council is a large, complex organisation, and there is constant conversation and communication and change with staff, and this is something that can be overcome like all other issues. And also there's impacts on commercial customers that use the 3 larger recycling centres and may require access on a day that's non-recyclable waste is not accepted. This group can be written to outline an accessibility to centres and on what day. And over time, with the right communication, we would hope that these behaviours would be forced to adapt. But the main point of this is increased convenience for residents in the Carnoustie area to dispose of non-recyclable general waste, less private vehicle mileage for residents in the Carnoustie area. Before Mr Daly's options appraisal that we saw several weeks ago, this option delivered a £13,000 saving on what we do currently, but this retains all 7 existing recycling centres in Angus. This could also be used as part of a campaign to raise awareness and change behaviours regarding recycling through in-depth and proper communication. There's also the option to do a phased implementation and test impacts at one of those 3 largest recycling centres first. The closure of any recycling centre will likely see the increased risk of fly tipping, a complete eyesore and deeply unpleasant, not to mention a financial burden to the council and landowners due to such low rates of convictions against fly tippers. The climate emergency announced by the Scottish Government and Councillor Devine in the Chambers pre-pandemic is a goal the last administration took very seriously. Unlike the SNP's gamble to throw Monteith and Kirriemuir under the bus at an unknown cost to our communities and environmental credentials, we intend to keep and build on Angus's honour of having the best recycling in Scotland. I noted that if this opposition budget is not adopted, the opposition group wishes to record their dissent, and that can be minuted, please. And the budget is subject to any matters relating to 5E. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dodd. Your seconder?
Councillor Wan.
Thank you. Well, it gives me no pleasure again as leader of the opposition group to see the SNP eke out a bowl of thin gruel left by their head office in Edinburgh. But that is the burden of a job that they've so desperately wanted. They have a hard act to follow. Just look back to the praise that was heaped on this council due to the hard work of officers and the former admin group. Angus Council was well run and well led. We have listened at length to the issues that Angus Council face, and the full council papers were released only a few days ago telling us we had 52 million to save over the next few years, and already that has rocketed to 60 million. Councillor Duff today has at last stated we are the second lowest council tax area in mainland Scotland, something I never thought I'd hear due to his continuing belittle of this over the years during our administration. Now he has imposed a considerable 6% increase to our constituents, and inferring that it is likely to increase by 16% in over the total of 3 years. Surely Mr Lorimer is not far from calling the council at special measures now. Already I believe that the budget cannot be financially competent. Changes in the last week have made setting any budget a moving target. Teachers' pay settlement, still not agreed, and under-financing the allowances on the basis that the previous agreement was rejected. How much further increases on the Monteith campus? Something we still don't know. Deposit return scheme, I believe we're supposed to be making savings on that this year and the following year, already in tatters due to the incompetency of the government in Edinburgh. Recycling, we will see an increase in fly tipping due to the proposed changes, which is closing Kirriemuir and Monteith. What other message does this send to our constituents? For years we have been able to increase council tax, meaning that LAs have been starved of essential funds for services. Jobs will be lost, council staff, teachers, assistants, to mention just a few. Mrs Williamson, how can we say we are looking after our staff when this lies over their heads year after year? Museums and possibly sports halls under threat due to the constraints on Angus alive. Vibrant communities. We've seen some 64% of the entire budget for vibrant communities being slashed over the next 2 years. That's £1 million. That £1 million has been moved to a biodiversity project, which makes very little sense when the SNP are proposing to cost waste management at Kirrie and Monteith. Unless you count fly tipping in Angus Glens as biodiverse, we should be keeping money in the vibrant communities. The ASBO budget seems particularly precise. I would like to know whether this represents the end of all ASBO applications to the court on behalf of embattled tenants, bullied neighbours and vulnerable elderly residents. Anyone who has ever dealt with antisocial behaviour will know the heartbreak of people go through over a long period of time just to get that bit of paper, that move away and a slender bit of protection. Are we just letting the vulnerable women, single parents and elderly deal with 101? Business support will now be entirely left to Business Gateway. Is this the Council's withdrawal going to affect our business rates and revenue generation in years to come? Other SNP things potentially affecting the budget. It is incredibly hard to work to a deliver balanced budget without selling silver and even the brass. But all this work, it's itself contingent on several factors very much at play. the looming and unwanted in Angus National Care Service Bill, which has only just been paused, the deposit return scheme, which will absolutely take a wrecking ball to our smaller food and drink firms and the nighttime economy. Then there's potentially millions of pounds above and beyond these savings resting on the final rate of pay for our teachers when Shirley Ann Somerville decides on it. Each one of these is a calamity of this SNP government's making. Let us not dwell on the awful long-lasting implications of the admin snub to North Angus over the Brecon Caledonian Railway levelling up bid. Describe a decision that will haunt this council for years to come. Is Angus really closed for business and tourism? And the smaller matters of the race for the First Minister's job, the grim shadow of UDI, snap election or de facto general election, and all the financial risks and economic uncertainty that brings with it. Although, judging from social media, depending on the victor, we may have more independent councillors coming over to this side of the room. To sum up, colleagues, this year we face an unpalatable decision, but we must face them head on. Mr Lorma has been characteristically forthright in his description of the challenges we face, and I think the public appreciate the honesty when it comes to holding the begging cap out for more council tax and asking them to pay more for less back. So in that spirit, I would ask the SNP administration to consider the opposition's budget and back the sterling work that's gone into keeping all our recycling and waste centres open and reinstating Carnoustie. And in that spirit, I would appreciate hearing what our council leader and our colleagues at COSLA have done and are going to make sure that next year this council is back on an even keel and the cap stays in the pocket. Thank you. Please support our budget.
Thank you, Councillor Wann. Yes.
Yourself, Provost.
Yes, through yourself.
Through the Provost, I'd just like to clarify that the decision item 5E, report number 4323, has now been set aside, and consequently the motion put forward by the administration and the amendment put forward by the main opposition party are each contingent upon their respective proposals in terms of item 5E, report number 4323, being agreed, and that this report has been taken as a subsequent vote. Is that correct? Thank you.
Thank you. At this point, I would propose an adjournment of 30 minutes to allow members to discuss both the proposals. Is that agreed? And I think at this time we're... Sorry?
Can that be less, Provost?
I'm happy it's 15. Is that agreed 15 then? Would everyone prefer 15? Okay, yeah. Don't know. That's
Start the live stream, please.
Right, thank you. We are now going to move on after the break to questions. And I know in the past I've always said to people, look, one question, but I think the importance of this budget, we should allow you to have more questions than that. But in turn, can we ensure that if someone else has asked a question of somebody, it's not repeated? Does that make sense? Yeah? Thank you very much indeed. Is that agreed that we will stick to that? I think you've got... That's what I'll do next now, is I will, because of what I've done before, Councillor Nicholl is the first to ask a question. Anyone else got further questions? Councillor Fotheringham. 2. Councillor 1. Councillor Doran. Right, great. Okay, we'll start with that. Councillor Gavin Nicholl.
Thank you very much. I have concerns about the handing back from Angus Alive to Angus Council various buildings. One of them, Ingalls Memorial Hall and Library. This Category A listed building has served Edzell as a parish hall for much of the 20th century. The hall and clock tower, built within the superb public rose garden, offers ideal facilities which can cater for public events. Can we get assurance that Angus Council will keep the hall open and run the hall for the benefit of Edzell and surrounding area? Thank you.
Councillor Duff.
Yeah, thanks, Provost, and thanks, Councillor Nicholl, for the question. I think what is clear about this, and there's a number of properties that fit into the same category, is that the Council will have to develop a robust plan to handle the properties
Could
that
you
are
get
coming.
nearer to your mic, or put it over to... Yes,
you're not hearing clearly?
No.
Okay. I think the Council will need a robust plan for dealing with properties that are handed back. There are clearly one or two of them. I think the proposal from Angus Alive is they will hand them back towards the end of the summer season, September, October. So I think it's incumbent on the Council to develop a plan in that time frame. So yes, I think there will be a plan. There will undoubtedly be discussions with community groups, and you know, this is a decision which Angus Alive took in the last month or so. It's not a decision that was taken a long time ago. So the Council needs time to assess what it's going to do with these properties which are handed back.
Matter of clarity, these properties will not be locked up, will they?
Well, they're going to be kept open by Angus Alive until September, October. That's my understanding. So what I'm saying to you is the Council has got 6 months to work out what it's going to do about them, or do with them. So, you know, there's not an answer. I can't give you an on-pat answer now, because we haven't yet made the decision. Once we've made the decision and agreed that the Angus Alive proposals are, well, they've made the decision. We are now having to agree the budget, and you know, the point is their decision is based upon our budget, which we're deciding today. If you want to reverse the £500,000 cut to Angus Alive, then that's a different matter. But I didn't see that in your alternative budget, so you've accepted that saving. So Angus Alive has got a legal duty to be a going concern. Therefore, it's got to make savings, and therefore this is what it's proposing. So, but I think we have got 6 months to develop a strategy, and I think that's the answer I'm giving you today.
Councillor Fotheringham.
Thank you, Provost. My question, Provost, is actually for Mr. Daly. Obviously the costs, you know, the running costs for Moneyfeith Recycling Centre are relatively high, and I get that. I think there's £25,000 or £26,000 paid to the MOD for access, which has been there for years, as long as I can remember. But can I just ask Mr Daly, it's his report and Mr Lorimer's report too, 26,000 in my view is chicken feed compared to the amount of council tax that Moneyfeed contributes to Angus. And I think it would be, and you yourself, Provost, I've heard you saying we're a two-tier Angus. Well, we certainly are here if we're going to close this recycling centre. Can I ask Mr Daly just what percentage of, I know it's recycle it because there's no general waste at Moneyfeed, but this is going to be an absolutely huge loss and inconvenience to my constituents. And can I ask Mr Daly just what percentage is recycled, what percentage of people use that? Because I would imagine Moneyfeed's quite a high usage compared to some of the other recycling centres. Thank you, Provost.
Councillor, Mr Daly.
Councillor Fotherham, if I'm understanding correctly, it's regarding the usage and percentage recycled. In terms of the percentage recycled, that's quite an easy answer because at the moment, as you're aware, we only accept recyclable waste. The non-recyclable waste, there isn't a facility to accept that at the centre, therefore it's 100% recycling at the moment for that reason. In terms of the usage of Moneyfeed, I would refer you to the appendix that was submitted on the options appraisal, which showed the both the usage in terms of how many tonnes we collect, and also there was information there in terms of vehicles visiting. And what it highlighted is that, hopefully that gives the context, it is, what I would say is, in general terms is significantly quieter and less visitors and less waste than the recycling centres where we take all types of waste and recycling, which is understandable, the reasons why. And as a result, again in the report, if you look at the effective cost of collection per tonne, is still high compared with other centres, but it is fair to say that is related to the fact that we only take recyclable waste at the centre, and I hope that addresses your questions.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Fotheringham. And just to clarify, the Provost did always mention about two-tier systems. That was when it came to localities, Councillor. Yes. Oh, yes, no, I did. But I was for 5 years I was saying it was all down to that, and it was our locality of South Angus that kept on getting that. So, but I appreciate you bringing that to everyone's attention. At least we've got that clarification out here. Thank you, Councillor Derek Wan.
Thank you. It's a question for Graham as well, so I've kindly asked him just to stay put for 2 seconds. It was, again, back on recycling. Has there been a review done on the vehicles and CO2 emissions and everything like that that will impact now that if you close Kirriemuir and Moneyfeed for them travelling elsewhere? I'm presuming there's something been done for heading to Dundee and now going to be heading up to Carnoustie. But could you also just confirm in your own thoughts that with the fact that our proposal of having some general waste in Carnoustie and obviously restricting a day or two here and there for Forfar, Montrose and Arbroath, that will also increase our recycling rates even further on the basis that it's restricting general waste for a few days, and it shouldn't impact that much really on the fact that Carnoustie is going to add in general waste now and again. Could you just confirm that 2 points if you have that information?
Could you just clarify the first point? I wasn't quite...
Sure. The first point was, has there been an impact assessment done on increased traffic? Going to now Carnoustie, I presume, and to Forfar, and places like that. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, in terms of increasing the recycling, so the second point is that I don't think there is anything, in my view, that would have a significant change with your proposed amendment, either negatively or positively, in my view, in terms of recycling. In terms of the impact assessment, I think the reference here is whether it would have a negative impact in terms of carbon emissions from travel. I would reference again the options appraisal, which explained that it's difficult to estimate that, and we reached the conclusion that it wouldn't be proportionate to commission a very expensive external study, when what makes it difficult is the fact that when someone travels to recycling centre, often it's a multi-purpose journey where they're also visiting other locations, which makes it difficult to assess. What we have said in the report is that we highlighted that if you have non-recyclable waste, general waste, you do need to go to, for example, in Crimea, you need to go to Forfar anyway. The fact that there are multi-purpose journeys where, for example, you may be going to a supermarket or another purpose, and highlighted the fact that we will have net less skip journeys. So all in, it's very challenging to say, for definite, carbon negative or positive, and we drew the conclusion that either way it wouldn't be significant.
Thank you. Thank you for that. I've got a slight question to add on to that. Was that question asked 5 years ago? And I'd imagine that things haven't changed in the last 5 years when we were talking about people moving around Angus. Thank you.
Just a point of clarification, though, 5 years ago we weren't closing down these places, we kept them open.
But you were making people travel with rubbish to Arbroath. So anyway,
if you want to play ping pong, we'll continue.
No, you've had your question. Councillor Doran, sorry.
Hi, thank you. So my question is, how is introducing general waste at Carnoustie and closing Boniface helping us to achieve net zero and increase recycling? And I also want to ask, because my understanding is that in closing Boniface, that staff would be moving to other recycling centres, but will this change result in the number of hours individuals work? Will there be a reduction in the number of hours in individual staff? And will it result in any loss of staff who are on temporary contracts as well?
First of all, Councillor Don, we don't expect any net loss of number of staff. It is as simple as the staff will keep the same hours and be offered those same hours working from Carnoustie Recycling Centre. And I think it was referred to earlier by someone that our approach at the Recycling Centre is meet and greet, which has been very successful in pushing up our recycling rate, our recycling centres. So the proposals we don't expect will have any negative impact on our recycling rate. I think, as I said, due to the meet and greet when visitors, customers come to our recycling centres, the fact that we have more resource in terms of staff and we do have better facilities there, I think it could be argued that more recycling could be done, but I think the conclusion is that overall there's no net negative or positive impact on recycling regarding the proposals. And as I said, in terms of the question about Moneyfeith, just to confirm the Moneyfeith, we don't anticipate any loss of hours or posts at Moneyfeith.
Thank you very much for that, Mr Daly. Number 5, I think, is Councillor Proctor.
Another one for Mr Daly. I read your, the addendum to the summary that you did on closing Kirriemuir, indeed Moneyfeith. And I know that the distance between Kirriemuir and Forfar, 12 miles, thereabouts. As was said earlier on, you answered Councillor Wan, you said that, it was hard to balance up what the increase in sort of mileage and carbon effect on carbon neutral would be. But I mean, has it actually been factored in that people who live in the north of the Kirriemuir, Ward 1, Kirriemuir and Dean, people who live in Glen Isla, Glen Clover, Glen Prosen, it's about 16 miles to get to Kirriemuir, and then you're adding on another 6 miles, so you're talking about, instead of being a 16-mile single way, it becomes a 22, and then on a return journey you're on to 44. Now I really do feel that we're kind of balancing carbon neutral against a very, very small fiscal saving, and I don't know if that's actually been factored in, because people who live up in the north of the ward, as I say, need some place to go. Add on another 5 miles or 6 miles, and it's actually quite bad. The other sort of alternative thing, which is not really to do with yourself, Mr Daly, but to be aware that when people go in from these localities, if they come down to deposit waste in Forfar, they'll probably do all their shopping in Forfar, and that actually will have a detrimental effect on the shops and the businesses in Kirriemuir.
Any further questions? Oh, right, yes, Councillor Speed. Oh, sorry. Sorry, my fault.
Yeah, I understand the question is, you know, has consideration been given to properties further afield, for want of a better expression of putting it. And the answer was yes, that was considered when we were carrying out the options appraisal. And again, if I reference the options appraisal, we did present a table which showed the distance from the current recycling centre at Kirriemuir to Forfar. And the reason was that there were so many variations in terms of, to show different, communities, villages. It would have been too challenging again to cover every single eventuality of where someone's travelling from. And we reached the conclusion that the best way to present the information was the distance from the current recycling centre to the next. So I think the answer is yes, we have considered that, and we've presented that in the paper.
Okay, thanks very much for that, Mr Daly. So, apart from 5 years ago, where we had the South Angus scenario, as Provost Boyd said, we've now got the North Angus scenario, as I'm bringing out now. Thank you.
Councillor Fairweather.
Thank you. Again for Mr Daly.
Would you bring the mic on, please?
Thank you. Mr Daly, when you did the options appraisal, did you think of anything like that was put to you by the opposition members? And that's what's in front of you today?
That was an option that was considered. Again, if I reference again the option appraisal, the scope was quite defined in terms of what we were looking at, and we didn't consider the option that put forward. Again, I could go on into the the disadvantages and the reasons why, but that to directly answer the question is no, we didn't.
Councillor Donald, do you want a second question? Thank you.
So this question relates to the bus route that is being looked at and earmarked to be cancelled. The contract for that. And I just want to ask about the engagement that's been done with the community about that. And also, I'm just concerned about the acceptability of decisions made on limited information. As I'm aware that the bus survey that was carried out was one single day, and that was one of the days of the teacher strikes going on. So I'm just aware of how representative that is of maybe other days. The council plan discusses the importance of increasing public transport, and although there is an alternative presented, how do we know this is the right solution? So I'd like to know a little bit more about that proposed solution and how that would work in practice as well.
Okay. Is that to an officer or to
it's anybody that can. Maybe it might be answered by both, because there's a bit about well, maybe about the consultation and then about the options for the new one.
Thank you.
I'll attempt to answer that through yourself, Chair. Again, if I understand the questions are correct, there are a few things covered there. First of all, in terms of the how representative the data was, again, as it said in the report, is that it was an on-bus survey on one day, and we are restricted by what resource we've got to carry out these. But we'll also have information that isn't as precise, but ticketing information, and also more subjective, I accept, but discussion with the operator and the driver, and the feedback was that the day we did the survey was a fair and representative. And I think my personal observation was, yes, I accept that the 6.6% of Angus residents using it, that might not always be the case, but I don't think it will be wildly off from that percentage. And even if it was higher than that, I think it still highlights the same issue in terms of why we need to look at that service. In terms of the consultation aspect, again, as referred to, is that the intention is to consult with the community now on the alternative scheme, the demand responsive travel scheme, and we will undertake that consultation, and hopefully we'll have a good service offering that meets the needs of those local communities.
Is that okay, Councillor Dorn? Great. Councillor Speed, did you have a question?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, member, put your mic on.
Thanks. It was in relation to item 5M, review of Angus Council charges for support and care services and residential fees 23-24. So I guess that might be for Mr Berry. Would you be ashamed to have him sitting here all this time and not ask a question? So my question is, will service users' care packages and budgets be reassessed and increased to ensure that their personal budgets are able to pay for these increased costs? For example, accessing daycare resource centres, or is cost taking precedence over quality of life? The all-equality impact assessment certainly shows that it may be. And also, is it fair that residents of residential care are having to pay or play catch-up to help balance the books following a period that saw older people and those with a learning disability be amongst those most severely impacted by the pandemic?
Okay. Yeah, thanks, Lewis. And in terms of answering those questions, every person receiving care does have a financial assessment. That doesn't change. It hasn't changed. It's always the case. Those financial assessments are done regularly. So these are inflation adjustments. On the face of it, I appreciate there's a catch-up element. I'll come back to that. So with benefits and pensions going up by about 10% in the year to come, hopefully the assessments will be refreshed to deal with all of that. And I believe, in that context, these issues are relatively containable in terms of relatively neutral inflation type impact. So hopefully the assessment process, which is in place and has always been in place as part of the contributions policy, will deal with the first of your queries that you raise. You mentioned also the issue associated with a catch-up element. What we're finding is when we're bringing papers, particularly in the current inflation environment, when we're bringing papers to committees such as this early in the calendar year, we can't necessarily exactly predict what the inflation environment will be for the year to come. So, for example, last year at the start of March, we set out papers that estimated the inflation impact of delivering our services. That inflation impact is largely related to staff pay costs. Those staff pay costs were ultimately will be above what we estimated at the start of this financial year that we're in. So we're trying to keep the costs of those service delivery the cost of the charges that we're levying roughly consistent with the cost of delivering that service on an underlying basis. So we are trying to catch up and essentially correct our previous estimates. So we're always making an estimate of the inflation elements for the year to come. We've said the same thing about the charge uplift for this year. We're saying we are making an assessment, an estimate of that. It's possible we might get that estimate slightly wrong. We might have understated that, in which case, again, to keep things even and in parallel with each other in terms of costs and charges, we would have to, again, retrospectively correct that this time next year. So we're trying to keep the costs and the charges synchronised with each other as best we can. But the best way for us to do that is to adjust them marginally 1 year retrospectively. Hopefully that's both your questions asked. Yeah, I can maybe respond to that as well. So we all know that we're going through a period where the inflation rate is higher than it's ever been before. And to be fair, when we estimated things in putting together papers for in March 22, we were a bit out. We understated what the inflation level would be for things like pay costs. And some of that's to do with the volatility of inflation, but the number is just bigger. So if we'd been a wee bit out before, it might have been the difference between 2.2 and 2.5. but we were a bit out last year, and it was the difference between, it was a difference of a couple of %. And I think that just reflects the way that inflation developed in the first half of 2022. Okay, thanks.
Councillor Scott.
Thank you, Provost. Oh, thank you, Councillor Doran. Thank you, Provost. I'm not sure who my question's for, but I'll just go for it and then we'll decide who's going to answer. It might be multiple people. So has there been any, is there anything that's been looked into about the impact on primary schools and secondary schools with regards to the closure of the Brechin and similarly the Kirriemuir museums, and how will this be mitigated? I believe that museums should not be seen as drains on the public purse, but should be viewed as economic contributors. They also help our children spark curiosity, help learn historical lessons not taught in schools, build listening skills, learn outside the confines of a classroom. Yeah, I'm getting to it. So, and also sense of place and civic awareness, which is a huge part. So has anything been looked in vibrant communities with regards to that? And also, Councillor Duff said the decision was made in the last month. Does anybody have information on how that decision was made?
I would think the first one will be directed to Alison Smith of Vibrant Communities, correct me if I'm wrong, and I think the second part will be for Councillor Duff to reply to. We'll do it in tandem, I think.
Provost, I think if it's relating to Angus Live, I think Vivian Smith might be the point of contact.
Yep, happy with
thought. Yep.
Okay, my apologies for that. So the questions went to Vibrant Communities first, though, didn't it? Yeah, you're happy either or, Councillor Scott. Okay, well, Vivian, right, Ms Smith.
Thank you, Provost. And I guess this looks back into an earlier question as well around the Angus Alive properties and the look to work differently with communities. Clearly there is a strong community interest in Brechin around continuing the kind of work that is going on there in terms of the museums, and that's offset against the need to find significant savings. We did bring a report to Council in November that was setting out the transformation programme towards looking at working differently with communities. I think Angus Alive and Angus Council are saying we'll work together in partnership to try to bring something forward, recognising the benefits that these types of facilities have for young people, but for other communities more largely. Does that answer your question?
I think Alison Smith's got to do the second one, or the second part of your question. Was it? Oh, sorry.
Well, with regards to just if we're bringing Alison in, there's constantly in reports a civic awareness and a sense of place and how important it is to build that. So if we're closing a museum, is that not going to disadvantage children in Kirriemuir and Brechin with regards to that area, apart where the bigger towns are going to still have museums?
It's maybe still Vivian that can tie it in.
And then we'd link to attainment gap as well.
It might be Mrs McIntosh or Mrs Smith.
I guess I would just expand on the answer that I'd given previously, that we will be working with communities to see is there a way to encourage those services to be kept and on and delivered in the local area. I know that there's a strong group again in Brechin, as there is in Edsel and other places, you know, that we're looking at that. But the reality is that with the kind of footfall that's there currently, this is the area that you know, we need to build on in the local place in order to kind of deliver a service in a different way that actually makes a bigger impact in the future rather than a lesser impact.
Great.
Can I just have one more thing to say?
Yes.
Vivian, thank you for that. Just with regards to footfall, and that was always my fear that it would be a footfall related decision, but our museum opened on the 1st of April and was on TripAdvisor until late July as closed. So, we're taking decisions on that. I'm done, Brian,
right,
thank
but that
you.
was a comment.
Yeah.
I'm asking for questions. Councillor Proctor was next.
Thank you very much. Question for everyone. Just what you're saying about the museums, and I take exactly what Councillor Scott's got on that. So are we looking towards the museums like Gateway to the Glens, for example, being run by some kind of heritage trust? Is that the sort of plan that you're advocating?
I think that's actually more directed back to what Bill had said, Councillor Duff had said during his things. I think we've also got to remember an alio is at arm's length, so I'll actually, it's not fair for Vivian to be answered that question. I'll ask the politicians to answer that. Yeah.
I think we're on questions on the budget at the moment, and it's my understanding that both the administration and the opposition budget includes the saving towards Angus Alive. We're not actually making decisions on Angus Alive, that's their decision.
Yes.
And I think both the budgets are in the same position at this point.
Yeah, and that's why I was interrupting to say it's not fair on officers to be being asked all these questions, which they don't have the answers to, because back to what I said at the start, that's for next year. Thank you. Councillor Craig.
Thank you, Provost. The SNP administration have put forward a proposed 6% council tax increase with a reduction in services, namely the closure of Kirriemuir and Montefieth recycling centres, whereas we in the opposition have put forward a 5% increase and the retention of the Kirriemuir and Montefieth recycling centres, as well as additional general waste in Carnoustie. So my question is, do the residents of Kirriemuir Ward and Montefieth Ward feel that they're being shortchanged by the SNP administration, living in a second tier, a lower tier of Angus Council, and aren't getting best value compared to the other residents in Angus compared to our budget?
Councillor Duff.
I guess you've seen the options appraisal which have been done by Mr Daly's staff, and I think that is the explanation for the decision. For me, travel, the real thing with recycling centres surely is the amount of time it takes to get to them, not the mileage. And I think, how much is it taking you out of your day to get to a recycling centre? And if there is one, as there is in Montefieth, the Carnoustie one will be, 4 miles away? I mean, that doesn't seem excessive to me. I live in Hillside, and it's 3 miles to my nearest recycling centre. If it was 4 miles, it wouldn't make much difference. I think it would add a couple of minutes to journey. So I think that's I think what I took out of Mr Daly's work, that the travel distance was not excessive. The difference between, as we've heard from, I think what Councillor Proctor said, the difference between Kirriemuir and Forfar is 6 miles. Adding 6 miles on 12 miles, that is only maybe a 15-20 minute additional time. Most people will fit in I know I do when I'm going to my recycling centre. I fit it in with another journey, another piece of business in Montrose. So it's not an extra journey. It's simply added on to other business. So I think that's the point that I think Mr Daly was trying to make, that the options appraisal has been done dispassionately by officers, and we need to make a reduction in the number of centres. As I pointed out in my speech, we have 7 for 112,000 population. Edinburgh City Council with 450,000 population has 3. You can do the maths on that, and we have to become more efficient. We have an enormous financial challenge, as Mr Lorimer has articulated, and we have to make some hard decisions. It would be nice if there was a recycling centre in every village and hamlet, but it's just not affordable. And I think 5 is perhaps maybe a fair balance.
Thank you. And with that in mind, where I said to everyone, let's not have repeat questions.
Point of clarification, please.
But wait till I finish my bit first about repeat questions all on the same topic. I think we've discussed this one to death. But what's your point of clarification? If it's to do with recycling, I'm sorry, I'm going to close this one down.
It was to do with the answer. I didn't ask about distances to recycling centre. I asked if the residents of the wards of Kirriemuir and Montefieth were going to feel shortchanged and let down, that they were paying more for and getting less.
There's someone from the communities that they're not, but don't know. Anyway, yeah, okay. Moving on to... sorry, he did ask that question. Can someone answer that question?
It's not possible to answer that question,
okay,
because we are not all the people of those wards.
Okay, thank you.
I think the answer is yes, they're paying more to get less.
Yeah. Okay, that's fine. We have had, well, that's fine. You've had your answer. You've had your question answered. Thank you very much. We'll now move on to comments, and a couple of things on that. It's a maximum of 3 minutes, so everyone's got their say on that. And I will now take down names. I saw young Councillor Lloyd Melville, Councillor Doran, to Councillor Bell. Oh, sorry, Bell. Councillor Bell. Councillor Fairweather, thank you. If you can just hold on, Fairweather, Councillor Stewart. Yeah. Councillor Gall, thank you for reading them out as you're seeing them. Councillor Gall, Councillor Gregg, Councillor McLaren, Councillor McLaren, oh, hold on, Councillor McLaren, yep. And who was after Councillor McLaren? Councillor One.
And Councillor Shepherd.
Councillor One. And then Councillor Shepherd. Councillor Shepherd. Councillor Speed. Councillor Cowdy. Yep.
Councillor Cheap.
Councillor Cheap. No, I want to do it in the order. That's the order, and as good officers, I can't be doing two things at the same time. We've got that in the order that we'll now take it. So the first hand was Councillor Melville.
Thank you, Provost. I do want to push back on comments from Councillor Gregg that Montefieth and Sidlaw is being shortchanged by this administration. We are investing in this budget tens of millions of pounds to deliver the new Montefieth Learning Campus. That's the largest ever investment in our ward, and I'm proud of it. And I do have to say to the Leader of the Opposition that to come to this chamber and accuse this administration of dishing out thin gruel while they are proposing cutting welfare rights to the tune of £170,000 is shameful. And the rest of the opposition budget is no better. If they had their way, the opposition would remove £1 million of extra investment in our roads, scrap our £200,000 investment in holiday food and fun this year, cancel our £1 million Angus Net Zero Fund, stop us expanding the welfare rights team, and block £275,000 of extra support for hard-pressed families. Unlike the opposition, Provost, we will not abandon those most in need to the storm facing them. These benches take our responsibilities seriously, and we will use every power we have at our disposal to discharge them. Just under a year ago, the people of Angus emphatically endorsed our vision for administration. The decisions in this budget are difficult. We are not shying away from that, but our guiding principles are clear. Supporting the most vulnerable, investing for the future, and tackling climate change. All of us have the chance today to choose a better path forward for Angus. And with this administration's budget, we will. Thank you.
Melville, number 2 is... Pardon me? Councillor Doran, thank you. Thanks.
Thank you. So, as a councillor representing the Montefieth and Sidlaw ward, I really struggle to support a budget that requires a number of cuts in this area. There is investment in a new school, but it seems to be at the expense of other services like the bus service and recycling centre. In addition, everyone is aware that teachers are on strike just now, and that's not just about pay, but about workload and other conditions. How can further cuts in the education and lifelong learning budget not make this situation worse and make it more difficult for children whose learning is we've not still completed our first academic year since disruption from the pandemic. And I can't see in this budget from the administration what the offer is here for school pupils, for learners and for teachers. I've got a real concern about the increased potential use of temporary contracts when it comes to staffing reductions. They're detailed in the impact to quality assessments. Every worker is a person, and also the cuts to Tayside contracts in Angus Alive can harm staff and result in potential future offerings in Angus. Every cut in income is a cut of someone's earnings in Angus. And also, I really struggle with the engagement on public transport. I'm a huge supporter of public transport, and I can't see how changes can be made without proper consultation with communities about what their needs are and what they require. Sustained cuts have challenged councils to be leaner and leaner, but really, how far can that go? Is this really a fair budget? And the council is facing tough choices and decisions, but there are still choices here. And I wonder if these are the correct ones. I don't think so.
Thank you very much for that, Councillor Dawn. Number 4 is Councillor Fairweather. Three. Sorry, Councillor Bell. Oh. Thanks.
Thank you, Provost. I want to thank Councillor Duff and the leadership team for their endeavours in producing this budget, along with the council officers who support the process. We were elected to protect people from the escalating cost of living crisis, and that's what we're doing with this budget, which is fair, prudent and sustainable. As Chair of the Angus Health and Social Care Partnership, I know the challenge we have in aligning rising need for frontline health and social care services and the escalating costs, including astronomical energy costs, which the UK Government have failed to adequately address, the ongoing workforce and supply chain issues caused by Brexit, the longer-term effects of a global pandemic and its full population health impact, which we do not yet even know. So thanks to a recognition of all of these, our flat cash budget settlement for the IJB this year is enhanced by a most welcome additional £3.3 million from the Scottish Government. And I specifically want to thank Gail Smith, our Chief Officer, and Sandy Berry, our Chief Financial Officer, for their thorough and dedicated work on balancing our budgets, reflecting our commitment to people receiving those services. We've worked hard to minimise charges as much as possible, protecting those services, as Councillor Whiteside has outlined, bearing in mind that many people pay nothing at all, while some make a contribution only if they are assessed as being able to afford it. Income maximisation support is always available through care management and welfare rights, which we are boosting in our budget. Council, Angus Health and Social Care Partnership performs exceptionally well. I'm very proud of it, and they're a credit to our teams of health and social care staff, our unpaid carers and the management, and we truly value the care they provide. And as we develop our vital community mental health services, partnership across the public and third sectors becomes not only good to have, but essential if we are to respond properly to the 2 Strang reports and the Independent Oversight and Accountability Group's final report. Absolutely key to all of this is a renewed focus in our strategic planning on the protection of good health, the primary prevention of ill health and early intervention, which are critical to the health and well-being of our citizens in Angus and never more vital. And that does not depend only on money. And finally, having been involved in the development of the Glenclover project from the start, I warmly welcome the continuing funding of this fantastic service. The Glen Isla and Glenclover projects are shining examples of innovation and creativity in delivering trauma-informed, gender-specific services which are of national interest and are a credit to our colleagues who staff them and to the women whose lives are transformed by them. So, Council, I recommend you support this people-focused budget and vote for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bell, Councillor Fairweather.
Thank you. Where do I start? Well, I'll start with what Councillor Bell said. I also welcome the fact that basically cross-party, from the time in the last administration, Catherine Lindsay came to us and put forward regarding the Glen Clover project, and I'm absolutely delighted that today cross-party continue to support that project. I will go briefly to Montefieth and Kirriemuir. I'm a little bit worried, I must say, that the SNB budget is partly about appeasement. The losers here are Montefieth and Kirriemuir residents, and I'm quite sure that in the next few days, if the SNP budget goes through, that the leader will be being asked to do a Nicola Sturgeon, and that will be followed by the Kirriemuir councillors. Going on, just to quickly reply to Councillor Melville, who has a he seems to like going to a particular national newspaper to have a pop at me. Fortunately, I know that national newspaper doesn't have much many readers. But anyway, he may not be aware of the serious cuts that are coming. The next 2 years are going to be absolutely horrendous. And when I was a leader, and I'm delighted that Councillor Gall has backed that we do have to be prudent, and governance has to be done. The next few years, as I say, will be horrendous. But by being prudent, with the reserves now, will safeguard the vulnerable going forward. Thank you.
And keeping to 3 minutes too. Number 5 is Councillor Tommy Stewart.
Sorry, my mic wasn't going on there. Yeah, I just want to talk about recycling in the centres in particular. I would just say, you know, close them at your peril. This council declared a climate change emergency, but this is more like a climate change calamity. I cannot for the life of me understand why this administration think closing recycling centres is going to save money. In 2016, the SNP administration at that time earmarked closures of the recycling centres, or 4 of them. After the elections in 2017, the new administration kept these centres open, and we attained the position of #1 council for recycling at our centres. Fly tipping in the Montefieth and Sidlaw area, Kirriemuir and the Glens area, that's bound to soar, and who'll be left to pick up the tab? It'll be the taxpayer, the council. Councillor Whiteside, she spoke today of the need to protect our environment. How does closing the recycling centres protect our environment? Work over the last 5 years, it'll all be gone in a puff of smoke, thanks to what can only be described as a coalition of convenience, with no thought to the residents in our 7 boroughs. We worked with other local authorities, in particular East Ayrshire Council, where we worked in collaboration to share our best ideas for the benefits of our constituents. And one thing that they kept asking us was, how were we so good at recycling? I'll end by saying this. The previous administration were regularly accused of having a 2-tier Angus. Is this not what the current administration is signing up to? And back in 2017, when the issue of recycling centres was on the agenda, I can recall Councillor Boyd standing up at the time and telling everyone, you heard it here first, Councillor Stewart is going to close our recycling centres. Well, you're not hearing it here first from me, but I will say for the record, Councillor Boyd and his coalition of convenience are closing recycling centres.
Councillor Gregg.
Thank you, Convener Provost. We're all acutely aware of the financial pressures that not only we, but the whole of Scotland's local authorities are under. And it's important that we see what we can do to try and make best of what we have. I think with our budget, we've kind of been able to do that. We've got a lower increase in council tax proposal. We're maintaining a lot more of the services by keeping Kirriemuir and Monifeith Recycling Centre open. I'm also deeply concerned about the prospect of what's going to happen within our vibrant communities with Angus Alive and the museums and things like that. As has often been said, and we've been put back on it, that that's an Angus Alive's decision and not our decision. But ultimately, when those items are then handed back to Angus Council, they will be our decisions to make. And that's where my concern comes from. I'm concerned as well for the people of, as Councillor Proctor has pointed out, it's not just Kirriemuir. That ward is a large geographical area. Monifeith encompasses a large, well, not as much, but quite a geographical area as well. The increase in traffic that our people are going to have to make these extra travel distances to get to a recycling centre that's no longer on their doorstep, but one that's further away. I think when we've all agreed that we're already in a climate emergency, and we're trying to get as close as we can to net zero, that this really isn't compatible. Going to try and reduce these services and then yet asking the public to pay more for something they're not getting is a very difficult pill to swallow, especially for those that are living in the Kirriemuir and Monifeith areas.
Thank you. We have time for one more before we'll get to 4 o'clock. I got them mixed up there slightly, so my apologies, Councillor Gall. You were number 6 on the list, so my apologies for it. We'll let you have your 3 minutes and then we'll go into recess. Suspending of, sorry, suspending of standing orders. Thank you. Right. Councillor Gall.
Thank you. This is a short comment anyway. It was just to say that Mr Lorimer has been flying his red flag in a quite vicious way over the last few months about the financial position we're in. It's horrendous, and it worries me hugely that not only are we looking to, the administration is looking to ask for a 6% increase in council tax, but they're also proposing to use £2.7 million more of reserves in this honeymoon year, which will soon become a nightmare in the subsequent years. Thank you.
And as we are now approaching the 3-hour time limit, I would ask Council to agree to suspend standing orders and continue the meeting to the conclusion of business. Is that agreed?
Agreed. Provost,
yes.
I'd like 3 or 4 minutes, please.
Yeah, a comfort break. Yes. Yes. So can we suspend the live stream? Sorry. Right, so
you're moving to ask for a recess?
Are you asking for a recess? Yep. Yeah. So we have a. Do we all agree at a 5-minute recess? Great, thank you. Thank you. Oh, Councillor Bray's got his hand up.
Yes, thanks, Provost. It's a point of clarification. Yeah, I just wonder, as I understand it, parking charges are currently suspended, and if a budget isn't passed today that continues that suspension, then parking charges will resume by default. And I'm just wondering what position that might leave someone in who chooses not to support either of the budgets today. Are they, by default, supporting the reintroduction, the lifting of the suspension of car parking charges?
Thank you for that clarification. Councillor Wan. Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry. My apologies. Sorry. Yes. Director of Legal and Democratic. My apologies.
I think that would be a question for the members who are taking that route to give their view, and I don't think to yourself, Provost,
yes,
we're at that stage yet.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Wan.
Thank you very much. Well, here we go. Give with one hand and take with the other. The leader of the SNP group has sold their constituents out right down the river. No bus services, no recycling centres. Just a give in one hand and take with the other. In reply to Councillor Melville and his other dig at Westminster and the Conservatives, and obviously personally to myself, the Barnett consequentials are not enough to combat inflation. According to the Fraser of Allender Institute, the Barnett consequentials from the UK government more or less offset the impacts of inflation on the budget for this year. So the SNP shouldn't be able to use that excuse. But again, he's tried. The Tories are cracking down hard on poorest people. That's what you keep telling us. The UK government has actually made a benefit uplift in line with inflation of 10.1%, which the Scottish government has had to match. So just as a point of clarification, I would just like to get that across to you, Councillor Melville. I'm quite happy to let him interject if he wants. That'll give me a return. Okay. We have heard nothing new from the administration, other than Angus is closed to business and tourism. Staff morale is at its lowest. Constituents are struggling to make contact with any Angus Council services, with a reliance now on digital, or certainly going that way. I would really like to see things like this changing, and that's why I would recommend our budget. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll do better. You can have your clarification,
Thank you.
Councillor.
I think if Councillor Wan wants to watch back the live stream, he will find that I didn't mention Westminster or the UK government or inflation once. Thanks very much.
Thank you. And sorry, my apologies again. I actually went and missed on Councillor McLaren. So, Councillor McLaren, your 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Provost. My comment was on recycling, but I'm just very concerned about closing recycling centres. As under the system we operate, we achieved #1 in Scotland. Any change could be a risk of rubbish being dumped en route to another centre. Also, travel costs and time places a further burden on the public during a very difficult financial time, and we must also consider the additional increase in our carbon footprint. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Councillor McLaren. Councillor Shepherd.
Thanks, Provost. I'm glad to see...
And before you start, sorry for interrupting you, move the mic round to you, Councillor Shepherd, to make it that bit easier for you. A little bit further still. Well done.
Thanks for the guidance there, Provost. I'm glad to see this budget acknowledges extra investment for the Arbroath Harbour, with an additional dedicated £100,000 for those additional repairs, not seen in the opposition budget. After viewing the work required first-hand at the harbour with council officers, including Harbour Master Bruce Fleming, and additional walk-rounds with constituents, it was clear We must not ignore the Council's statutory duty to maintain this functioning harbour, which is both a busy commercial working harbour as well as a tourist attraction for Arbroath and the wider Angus economy. I would like to thank all those involved in maintaining the harbour on an annual basis. Dredging costs have tripled, and thus the budget has to increase in future to maintain the asset properly. With the current funding provided, some of the works carried out will be concrete repairs on the boatyard slipway, stonework repairs to the west breakwater and outer harbour sea walls, and general remedial and pointing repairs on all the quayside walls around the harbour. We also recognise we must monitor any future deterioration and movement in the harbour walls, so this administration will ensure this is monitored by installing structural telltales to measure any movement. This isn't monitored at the moment. An ROV inspection will also be planned to carry out underwater inspections of the bottom of the quay walls, with the video footage identifying any remedial work required. This administration is also aware that the dock gates, which were installed in 2003, may need replacing in around 2024-25. The harbour is an asset to Angus, supporting around 30 local fishing businesses and a busy marina, and we don't forget the wider economic benefit it has to Angus and tourism in the area. Today's budget is obviously difficult decisions, inflation high, and we read this in reports all the time, it comes through. But when we're taking these tough decisions, it takes a bit of thought. You know, you pause and we have to think. The council tax is going up, but I think I can stand here and say I think I'm going to back the right decision today on that, because we've got to think it's not just about today, but we can't burden the future generations. We've got to try and balance the budgets and take things forward. It's not fair to put people in future administrations in this situation. It's not an easy position we've inherited, and I'm proud to have worked alongside the leadership and all of the administration to what I see is a fair budget. I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Provost.
Thank you. Councillor Speed.
Thank you, Provost. Councillor colleagues, officers, it's impossible to knit a large woolly jumper to protect and keep our residents safe and warm on half a ball of wool. The very fabric of our community within Angus needs better than what we can do with the continually reduced government funding cuts alongside growing need and demand on services. Our poverty report has recently had a name change to Brighter Futures, and yet these are the bleakest budget papers that I have seen, with the quality impact assessments revealing devastating impacts on our most vulnerable and most deprived areas, and with even greater challenges in future years 24, 25, 26. The pressures placed on this council's workforce is enormous, with much turmoil and uncertainty and jobs at risk, and the pressures on our communities even greater, with an ongoing housing crisis, staggering unmet health and social care needs, and hugely worrying attainment gap and outcomes within education. I, of course, could go on with concerning reductions in our communities and antisocial behaviour teams and the impact that that would have, or will have. It simply isn't good enough to present budgets and ball them up as being better than the other and continue this tittle-tattle when communities are struggling, and we all know that that half a ball of wool won't knit us what we need to continue to meet our statutory duties or meet the needs of our communities now and for future generations. It's very clear that the worst is yet to come, and I seriously hope that between now and next year, when we will all be sat here again, that my councillor colleagues on both sides of the room plead with their respective parties and governments and make very clear the message that's on all of our lips, that enough is enough.
Thank you very much, Councillor Speed. Councillor Cowdy.
Thank you, Provost. As has been referenced, Angus Council declared a climate emergency in September 2019. The cost of living crisis has produced huge immediate challenges, as we've all been discussing, But I think we can also all agree that climate change remains one of the most serious local, national, and global threats we face. We need to do more to translate our words and intentions into actions. And I'm delighted that we're investing £1 million to support projects to combat climate change, reduce our carbon footprint, and increase biodiversity. Recycling has been done to death, so I will just say that net zero is about so much more than that. Councillor Wan, Councillor Stewart, and other members of the opposition have all expressed concern about the climate crisis and biodiversity. And it's really great to see they're so engaged on this subject. In this context, I suppose I'm just a bit confused as to why they're not supporting our proposals to invest £1 million in tackling these exact issues.
Thank you very much, Councillor Cowdy. Councillor Cheap.
Thank you, Provost. I joined this administration to ensure, above all else, a stable one for the 5-year term of this council when Angus needs it most. One that is forward-thinking, professional, business-like and mature in its delivery. This vision is helping deliver fairness across all of Angus's 4 localities, including South Angus, largely ignored by the last administration. A prime example of such fairness and equality is to sort out waste and recycling. Our budget proposals will now ensure all localities will have access to local general waste facilities. In doing so, we will right a wrong for Carnoustie and Monteith put in place by the previous administration and at the same time make financial savings in doing so. It will correct the injustice of Monteith and Carnoustie residents having to make 24 and 15-mile round trips, respectively, to Arbroath to drop off general waste, with the not inconsequential impact on the carbon footprint of doing so. And then to witness the ignominy of the very same waste being driven past both same communities on its way to its own final destination. The closure of Monteith Recycling Centre makes sense due to, 1, a saving in the cost of leasing the MOD land, it having the 3rd lowest recycling volume of all 7 boroughs, 40% lower than the volume already recycled at Carnoustie, resulting in the cost of service per tonne being £148 compared to £59 for Carnoustie. In addition, the agreement with Dundee City Council permits Monteith and Sidlaw residents use of both Baldovey and Riverside recycling facilities. They will now have the additional choice of using Carnoustie to recycle whilst delivering their general waste there at the same time. They probably have the best choice of all wards. While the proposed closure of Kerrymuir is unfortunate, it's not heavily used, 250 tonnes per annum compared to the next nearest, Brechin, at 470 tonnes. At £186 per tonne, it is the most expensive to service. Again, compare that to £59 per tonne for Carnoustie. We recognise that Brechin has a similar recycling volume to that of Monteith. But we have taken cognizance of the distance Brechin and Edsel are from their locality partner, Montrose, considered their local elected members' views and have decided to keep this centre open. The proposals I've referred to make economic and environmental sense, as well as being fair to all. There is no need for recycling rates to diminish directly as a result of these proposals, as it's noted that Carnoustie and Monteith residents have the highest ratio of recycling in Angus. Maintaining our Angus-wide high recycling rate is as important to this administration as it was to the previous one. All in all, Provost, in these difficult financial times for this and for future council budgets, difficult decisions require to be made. All budgets have winners and losers. Can I just remind you of a quote? "I'm appalled that elected members are so willing to ride roughshod over the professional expertise of senior officers solely in the cavalier pursuit of headlines." 12th of September 2017 from Councillor Fairweather. Councillor Fairweather went on to resign from the then administration because they didn't close Monteith and Kerrymuir. Well, this administration is listening to senior officers. So long the forgotten borough, in returning a general waste facility to Carnoustie, this budget rights a wrong and fulfils a campaign promise made to Carnoustie voters by its elected members. Thank you.
The administration, it was because I wasn't happy with the folly that was going on with the then administration. I was asked to go back, and I re-looked at how we could get a consensus and a good, proper recycling project going forward. That was done. We worked with the officers and we delivered 7 recycling centres, 4 of them being for recycling only. That was done after I came back from resigning. Thank you.
Questions? Comments? Sorry, further comments? Councillor Durno.
Thanks. Just following up on Councillor Shepherd's comments, I can't agree to the opposition's budget, which haven't allocated funds for Arbroath Harbour, as this could endanger the future of Arbroath getting a new lifeboat. Our harbour needs to be maintained and we need to get a new lifeboat. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Scott.
Microphone before you tell me. Thank you, Provost. I've listened carefully and I've heard lots of things about protecting people and vulnerable people, but the equalities impact assessments and the staffing, 76% of staff in this council are women. Teaching staff, electronic payments, it's all there in the equalities impact assessments. The cash 2 is women and disabled people. Increased class sizes could have a detrimental effect on those who have experienced trauma due to finding it harder to learn in larger class sizes. So I have some real concerns that we're painting a pretty picture that really isn't there. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Councillor Scott. All right, I think we will now move on to Councillor Duff as holder of the motion to sum up.
Yeah, thanks, Provost.
Right, there's a hand up there. Okay.
So I would like to bring forward an amendment to the budget proposals, and I have to say that they are subject to the recommendations in item 5E, report number 43/23 being agreed, and that the recommendations in this report number 43/23 are being taken as a subsequent vote.
Great, that's absolutely fine. I was going to actually be looking at that straight after we'd gone through the first one, but you came in with perfect timing there. Thank you very much. Right, Councillor Duff, again, as the holder of the motion, to sum up.
Yeah, thanks, Provost. There's really not an awful lot to say because, to be absolutely frank, the opposition budget is 98% similar to the administration budget in all reality. We're talking a 6% versus 5% council tax. That makes a difference of about £12 a year to a Band D council taxpayer. But crucially, it means £600,000 additional revenue for the council. The administration has invested £3.1 million in the package that has been criticised by the opposition. I think if you look at what we're investing the money in, we're addressing cost of living by putting additional staffing into welfare rights, by extending the holiday food and fun, and by extending the LACER funding. And I think these are all very valuable investments at the current point in time. We are putting another additional £1 million into roads. I think that is badly needed. That is a sensible investment, and it may reduce the maintenance costs. And we're also addressing climate change, as Councillor Cowdy mentioned. I think that's important. I'd also point out to you that we are not cutting the Welfare Rights Service by £170,000, which was in the opposition budget. And I think given the cost of living crisis, that would have been undesirable. So the budgets are very similar. I think our budget is as balanced in terms of fairness, in terms of protecting the vulnerable and looking at long-term priorities. And I think we've got some structural issues in Angus. One of those is that we have got a very low council tax rate, and we need to get that closer to councils like Perth and Kinross and Aberdeenshire, which are charged with providing exactly the same services that we are. So if we are significantly less than them, that will mean that our services are not as good. It's, you know, there's no free lunches. We need to be closer to the norm, and I think we're starting that process. It's a small step, but I think that's the process we need to go on to provide better services in Angus and protect all the services that we take for granted and we value. That's really all I have to say. Please support the motion.
Okay, thank you, Provost. Just before we go to the vote, can I just clarify with Councillor Whiteside? Oh, sorry, Councillor Speed.
Oh, Councillor Speed?
I just wanted to give notice of an amendment, please.
Oh, got in the last moment there. That's fine. No, that's fine, Councillor Speed. No problem at all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, yeah, if we could just clarify with Councillor Whiteside that you seconded Councillor Duff's motion as intimated, which includes the contingency in terms of 5E, Report 4323. So the motion by Councillor Duff, seconded by Councillor Whiteside, is as per the paper circulated, entitled Administration Budget Motion, subject to and notwithstanding what is in the paper circulated. The motion is contingent upon the recommendations in terms of item 5E, report number 4323, being agreed in a subsequent vote. The amendment by Councillor Gall, seconded by Councillor Wan, is as per the paper circulated, entitled Opposition Budget Amendment, and notwithstanding what is in the paper circulated, the amendment is contingent upon the amendment to the recommendations in terms of item 5E, report number 4323, being agreed in a subsequent vote. The terms of both the motion and the amendment have been published on the Council website for the public to view. Please vote motion or amendment.
Provost.
Motion.
Deputy Provost.
Motion.
Councillor Beattie.
Motion.
Councillor Bell.
Motion.
Councillor Braze.
Motion.
Councillor Cheap.
Motion.
Councillor Cowdy.
Motion.
Councillor Devine.
Motion.
Councillor Doran.
No vote.
Councillor Duff.
Motion.
Councillor Durno. Councillor Fairweather.
Amendment.
Councillor Fotheringham.
Amendment.
Councillor Gall.
Amendment.
Councillor Gregg.
Amendment.
Councillor MacDonald.
Motion.
Councillor McLaren. Councillor Meehan.
Motion.
Councillor Melville.
Motion.
Councillor Gavin Nicholl.
Amendment.
Councillor Louise Nicholl. Councillor Proctor.
Amendment.
Councillor Scott.
No vote.
Councillor Shepherd.
Motion.
Councillor Speed. Councillor Stewart.
Amendment.
Councillor Wan.
Amendment.
And Councillor Whiteside.
Motion.
That's 16 for the motion and 10 for the amendment.
Okay. Right, can we take a 5-10 minute recess now? I would like a 5-minute. Yeah.
Can you amend the motion if you don't vote for a motion?
That was why I was wanting the 5-minute recess.
You can't amend something you've not agreed to.
Can I just, in terms of, you haven't seen what's been brought forward yet in terms of what the proposal is. So.
Yeah, that's basically why I was asking for the clarification. I was taking the 5-minute recess so the Provost could be told on that. So with that in mind, right, we'll now move back on to... right, so keep me right, Director of Legal and Democratic. How do we move forward now?
Two amendments, so
Right.
we'll take the first amendment.
Take the first
Promised.
amendment.
Okay, so
Through yourself, Provost.
Yes.
Would you like to circulate your amendment?
do you want me to say?
Yes.
No.
Yeah, yes, thank
Would
you.
you like us to do that?
Yes, please.
Thank you. And we'll take a recess in order
That-
for
take a
members to
recess then.
consider that.
Yeah, are we going to do two amendments?
Councillor Speed?
Can I just ask that you would circulate the amendment at the same time?
If that speeds up the as far as I'm concerned,
If
yeah.
that's agreeable with members,
Is that
yes,
agreeable to
that
members?
would be helpful.
Great.
And how long would you like to take us?
I'll circulate both amendments.
How long do you... I haven't seen the amendments, you see, so so I don't know how long you think. I'll take the recommendations from yourself.
20 minutes.
20 minutes.
Provost.
Okay, that's lovely. Thank you. Pardon me?
Could we stop the live stream, please?
Right, thank you. Now, Councillor Doran is the first of the amendments today. Councillor Doran, do you have a seconder? Councillor Scott. Do you want to speak on your amendment? Right, thank you.
Thank you. So we've heard about tough choices and difficult decisions, but there are still choices to be made. And we've also heard about fair decisions. This amendment sets forward an alternative way of spending some of the funds that are available in this budget to mitigate against some of the challenges highlighted in the equality impact assessments. I want to thank the officers who helped us respond to the budget and worked with us since late on Friday afternoon to put this together. And I also want to mention that we are 3 individuals who are non-aligned. We're not a group, and at this meeting, only 3 amendments can be brought forward, one of which is the opposition budget. So we had to work together in order to bring forward any change. Austerity and budget cuts affect women and the most vulnerable disproportionately. In November 2022, the Women's Budget Group issued a warning about Austerity 2.0 for women. Women are more likely to work in public services, rely on public services, and become the providers of last resort when public services are withdrawn. The Equality and Human Rights Commission noted that inequalities widened during the pandemic, and we need to ensure that this budget setting process doesn't further impact on these groups. All budgets have winners and losers, but certain groups throughout time have ended up in that losing category more than others. The first proposal in this amendment relates to the COVID-19 contingency funds and relates to keeping those available for education and lifelong learning. We still haven't completed the first full academic year without disruption from COVID-19, and it's recognised the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic are still ongoing. And I propose that funds be used to retain current class sizes and to provide support for schools in getting back learners on track and back into the classroom. Schools should be an enjoyable learning experience with teachers that can focus on their work and their pupils. The Management Time Review proposal for primary schools equality impact assessment noted that increased class sizes may impact our ability to prioritise improved educational outcomes for all, including those who are care experienced and those affected by the poverty-related attainment gap. There will be less time for teachers to focus on the individual needs of children. Increased class sizes could have a detrimental effect on those who have experienced trauma due to finding it harder to learn in larger groups and classes. There is some potential mitigation, as head teachers may be able to prioritise the use of the pupil equity funding for additional teachers. However, the level of funding varies and some schools have limited additional resources. And the use of this money unavoidably draws resources away from other interventions which may have been beneficial for groups of targeted learners. Importantly, the Angus Alive statement also mentioned the use of these funds in order to deliver experiences. Putting more pressure on the Pupil Equity Fund limits the options schools have and the experience of pupils. And these are pupils who have been restricted on what they could do between 2020 and 2022. Also, it impacts on staff. With regards to recruitment and workforce development, the impact assessment, it says that it will directly impact on the council's need to recruit newly qualified teachers or those on temporary contracts onto a permanent basis, which harms teacher careers at the start and puts more pressure on teachers. The efficiencies may disproportionately impact larger schools with more classes, and this includes all schools with pupil equity funding allocations of more than £60,000. And these schools are located in areas with the higher levels of deprivation. It's not fair to penalise larger schools and schools with higher areas of deprivation while retaining higher pupil-to-staff ratios in smaller schools simply due to their lower attendee numbers. The education and lifelong budget savings have large saving targets for the future years as well, but no detail as to what that they may mean. Retaining this money and redirecting it to this area could help lessen the impact in future years. In addition to retaining the COVID funds to be available for education recovery, there are a number of ways in which other cuts can be avoided by redistributing some of the funds the administration have committed from the reserves. Rather than £1 million towards unspecified climate change projects, we suggest that part of this fund is redistributed to support critical issues, including the mitigating changes which may be detrimental to the environment, such as removing a bus service without consultation with the communities involved. In addition, maintaining the current provision of antisocial behaviour support of the council. No impact on staff time is formally recognised in the budget, but in the equality impact assessment, it recognises that staffing will change. We just don't know by how many people or who those people are. I don't think this lack of information gives councillors enough information to enable them to make a fair decision on this. And every cut to staff or non-renewal of a temporary contract is a cut to wages and income in Angus. And it's a household that has to deal with that. Here is an alternative choice that avoids that outcome and maintains the council's support to tackle antisocial behaviour. In the finance section, the move to non-cash transactions is likely to affect those who are elderly, disabled and vulnerable women more, as they are more likely to need to use these services and pay in cash. Pausing this until more people transition to non-cash services avoids us having to charge them extra as a penalty to pay in cash. It's unacceptable to consider asking those who are more vulnerable in society to pay more just to pay their bills. A rise in council tax is inevitable, but we can help parents by using funds to pause the increase in school meal costs and keep them at current rates. This will help keep those with children who don't qualify for free school meals but whose household budgets are being hit by rising food, energy, rent and mortgage costs mean that there's a stable cost there and food for their children at schools. So I urge councillors to consider and support this motion, which avoids some of the cuts that will impact on the most vulnerable groups.
Scott.
Thank you, Provost. Our amendment uses the reserves in a fairer way and mitigates some of the effects in this year's budget which will hurt staff and members of our communities. We note the use of the £1 million reserves for the Climate Fund to help this council get to net zero. And whilst we recognise the importance of the climate emergency, we are also aware that there is no plan for the £1 million, while closing recycling centres, which we recognise are vital in the mission towards net zero. Many residents contact me and my colleagues regarding antisocial behaviour, and I've definitely seen an increase in antisocial behaviour complaints. How can we solve this complex area while cutting the funding for the team and putting those with expertise under a service review? The council plan states that there will be a reduction in the amount of funding spent on consultants, but there is a proposed 75k towards Montrose Port and Zero Links assessment. How does this spend fit with the council plan? We recommend this funding be used for those who most need it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Scott. Any questions?
Provost,
sorry,
just before we move on,
Yeah.
could I just clarify with Councillor Doran that you're supporting the budget as agreed earlier today, subject to those amendments that you've just put forward?
Yes, that's correct.
Thanks.
Great. Any questions? Councillor Wan.
Thank you. Just a quick question, just something I picked up that Councillor Scott said. There's £1 million being set aside for biodiversity projects. She mentioned that there's no plan in place for this spend. Can I get clarification on what that means?
Councillor Duff.
Yeah, thanks, Provost. I mean, the intention here is to provide a fund for essentially officers to use for projects that will address net zero. So whether it's PV cells on roof windows, it's recharging points, it's insulation, it's any sort of project that will help us save energy and reduce our carbon emissions. So that it's a fund for essentially for officers to dip into.
Right, thank you.
That's the purpose.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? Any comments? Oh, comments, Councillor Braze.
Yes, thanks, Provost. Yes, I do note what Councillor Doran has said and the amendment that she's brought forward to our budget. One of the differences between our budget, our capital budget, and the opposition's budget is that we decided to drop the A90 link road. Now, Councillor Duff spoke about that a bit, and he talked about the fact that it had to go over a Napoleonic era bridge, and well, we also have to add to the fact that councillors in Aberdeenshire, there's nothing in their budget to take it on to the A90. So we went specifically, decided to drop that from our budget because we consider it to be a road to nowhere. It stops at the river and doesn't go on. And we instead decided to put in £75,000 into our budget to explore doing something which is deliverable, we believe, or at least might well be deliverable, and that is the Montrose Port 04 links. And I'd be really concerned about dumping that from a budget. Very important to Montrose, and if it's important to Montrose in terms of employment, it's most certainly important to Brechin too. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Councillor, any other comments from Councillor Whiteside?
Thank you, Provost, and thank you, Councillor Dorn, for bringing this forward. I totally recognise the ambition in this, and also the difficulties for a non-aligned group to bring forward a meaningful amendment to the budget process, saying that it's making quite substantial amendments to our motion. And although I could fully support some of it, it's a difficult one to accept in full. Particularly the bus transport issue, I think we are using the unsustainability of the current service to find a catalyst for a better solution that may well be something that is the future of bus travel across rural areas and could be rolled out in many areas as we see the bus services becoming more and more unsustainable. So I do appreciate the work that's gone into this, and like I say, the changes as a whole may be just a little bit too much personally for me to accept in this budget.
Great. Councillors, now, hold on a second.
Just wanting to point of clarification.
You're allowed a point of clarification? You're allowed a point of clarification?
I'm a little bit confused because the SNP Angus Group Facebook page quite clearly states we are establishing a £1 million fund to help our communities drive us to net zero. Councillor Duff, you've said it's for officers to dip into, so which one is it?
I think what I said is correct.
Is it? So your social media is wrong?
Well,
It's obviously not your social media, but it's your group.
Essentially, it was a fund to support net zero. Yeah, correct.
Yeah, Councillor Whiteside.
It's basically to have the flexibility to bring forward projects, because it's frustrating when either officers or communities come forward and decide there's not funds set aside. So we need to be able to move quickly with projects that are viable, and it may well be largely officers, but there's no restrictions in this as it stands.
Councillor Durno?
Just to come back on that, we're looking through Scotland Excel at charging points for council houses for electric vehicles. So monies like that would need to be put aside for the technology that's coming in. So that's why we'll have to have some money put aside.
Thank you. And I just before we go to a vote, I would just also like to remind what I did say right at the start of this meeting is we are discussing the budget 22-23, and I do note that in this budget the notes A, B, C and D are mentioning deferring that into a future year. So I'm just making that so everyone's clear on that situation. Thank you. Yeah, you want to clarify? Yeah, what I'm noticing that the deferrals of A, B, C and D, which is antisocial behaviour, you can read them there in the thing there. They're deferring these from 2023-24 to 24-25. Yeah, okay. Just wanted that. Okay, thank you.
On that, it's deferring some of the decisions and actions that are being taken into next year's future years. So the money would be used in this year's budget to mitigate against some of the effects that are being put forward in this year's budget and to consult further on some of the issues. So just to mention that.
Okay, right, we'll go to the vote.
Thank you, Provost. The motion by Councillor Duff, seconded by Councillor Whiteside, is as per the paper circulated, entitled Administration Budget Motion, subject to and notwithstanding what is in the paper circulated. The motion is contingent upon the recommendations in terms of 5E, report number 4323 being agreed in a subsequent vote. The further amendment by Councillor Doran, seconded by Councillor Scott, is as per the paper circulated, and notwithstanding what's in that paper, the amendment is contingent upon the amendment to the recommendations in terms of item 5E, report number 4323 being agreed in a subsequent vote. Please vote motion or amendment.
Provost.
Motion.
Deputy Provost.
Motion.
Councillor Beattie.
Motion.
Councillor Bell.
Motion.
Councillor Braze.
Motion.
Councillor Cheap.
Motion.
Councillor Cowdy.
Motion.
Councillor Devine.
Motion.
Councillor Doran.
Amendment.
Councillor Duff.
Motion.
Councillor Durno.
Motion.
Councillor Fairweather.
No vote.
Councillor Fotheringham.
No vote.
Councillor Gall.
No vote.
Councillor Gregg.
No vote.
Councillor MacDonald.
Motion.
Councillor McLaren.
No vote.
Councillor Meehan.
Motion.
Councillor Melville.
Motion.
Councillor Gavin Nicholl.
No vote.
Councillor Louise Nicholl.
No vote.
Councillor Proctor.
No vote.
Councillor Scott.
Amendment.
Councillor Shepherd.
Motion.
Councillor Speed. Amendment. Councillor Stewart.
No vote.
Councillor Wan.
No vote.
And Councillor Whiteside.
Motion.
That's 15 for the motion and 3 for the amendment. Therefore, the motion's carried.
Right, moving on to our second amendment. Councillor Speed, have you a seconder?
I hope so.
You. Great, Councillor Scott. Do you want to speak on your amendment, Councillor
Please.
Speed?
Yeah, thank you, Provost. I ask this council to support my amendment that will help during the cost of living crisis, ensures that we do not penalise those who pay by cash or create further barriers to residents, which will in turn help maximise the council's income. My amendment asks for a school meal payment freeze to keep the cost of the school day as low as possible, particularly for those households who are not entitled to free school meals and may be experiencing in-work related poverty. We know that many parent carers and families who are in low-paid work often juggle multiple roles and jobs to make ends meet and just keep missing the threshold of help. The current proposal, as it is, may appear and seem like a small amount of additional monies that families will have to find, but when you are frantically searching down the back of the sofa or going through your jacket pockets to find change to pay bills or stay out of the red within your account, every little helps. My ask is that we defer the proposed savings and continue to provide a cash payment option that does not charge the customer for their transaction. Cash payments are the only manageable payment method for many, and the council currently receives over £5 million in cash payments annually. This is a tremendous amount of income for a cash-strapped council, and we should not jeopardise or penalise those who pay diligently by those means. As your older people's champion, I have spent the last year listening to what matters most to older people and people with disabilities, and the struggles faced with digital shifts are very clear. Loneliness and isolation is also something that many experience and is a painful reality within our communities. Many have explained to me that their trip to their local shop, pay point and post office is often their only social contact, and for some, they withdraw cash and weekly or monthly budget. Councillor Duff, you mentioned earlier, the council has different pots, and for many older residents in particular, they still use this method to manage their finances, withdrawing cash and putting money in pots for different bills that they have to pay. Amongst some of our main priorities, we aspire to tackle loneliness and isolation, maximise inclusion and reduce inequalities. I make a particular plea to my administration colleagues. I have been very sympathetic to previous amendments in the past that you have brought during the last term. I listened and I voted, enacted, and what I felt was the best, and agreed with many of the things that you had to bring. I would ask that you would very, very carefully consider what I'm asking today. We can make a big difference. I believe that my asks are small, but could go a long way in helping many Angus residents day to day during these exceptionally difficult times. I think in previous speeches today, I think Councillor Whiteside, you mentioned about a just society, fairness and stability, and that's what I ask in terms of this report, and I ask that you would agree with my amendment. Thank you.
And your seconder?
Cheers off. Thank you, Provost. In the finance section, the move to non-cash transactions is likely to affect those who are elderly, disabled and vulnerable women more, as they are more likely to need to use these services. Pausing this until more people transition to non-cash services avoids us having to charge them extra when they pay in cash in order to meet this savings target. It is unacceptable to consider asking those who are more vulnerable in society to pay more to pay their bills. A rise in council tax is inevitable, but we can help parents by using funds to pause the increase in school meal costs and keep them at the current rates. This will help those with children who don't qualify for free school meals, but whose household budgets are being hit by rising food, energy, rent and mortgage costs. I would urge councillors to consider and support this amendment, which avoids some of the cuts that will have an impact on the most vulnerable groups. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Scott. Any questions first?
Provost.
Oh, sorry,
Provost.
Councillor Duff's.
Provost. Sorry, just before we move on, and,
Yeah.
and similar to Councillor Dorn's amendment, could I just ask Councillor Speed to clarify that you're supporting the budget as approved earlier, subject to those amendments as you've just intimated?
I did support the budget, but I did also support the amendment, particularly as it included parts of my amendment. Yeah.
Councillor Duff.
Yeah, thanks, Provost, and thanks to Councillor Speed for her amendment, and I'm quite happy to accept her amendment.
Is that agreed by everyone? Or is there someone? No, you don't want to support that? Sorry? But no, I'm asking, is that an agreement for the amendment? Is everyone agreeing? Maybe you want to clarify what I'm saying.
Provost,
yes.
Through yourself, just to clarify that Councillor Speed has put forward her amendment, and that's an amendment based on the agreed budget, but subject to those amendments. Councillor Duff has indicated that they're accepted of Councillor Speed's amendment, so that would form part of your budget in effect, is what you're saying. But the opposition have indicated through Councillor Wan that they wish the matter to be put to vote.
Point of clarification, I'm not understanding this. The budget has already been agreed, and the amendments come in. If we were to be happy with the amendment, which I would, but I'm not happy with their with the budget. Surely we can still just vote for the amendment, but not the budget.
Through yourself,
Yes,
Provost, the amendment needs to be set against the budget because it's on the same matter. So that's why the amendment's now been taken against the budget, Councillor Fairweather. Because if you simply had the amendment, you wouldn't have a budget agreed, and that's why I'm clarifying that it is the budget as agreed with the addition of the amendments, because they just can't stand alone because it wouldn't be a budget then.
Thank you.
You understand that, Councillor Fairweather? Oh dear. You'd think after 15 years, but here we go. Right, so there's no need to go to any vote. No need. Sorry?
Just through yourself, Provost, there is to be a vote.
Yes. So,
Okay. Provost, the motion by Councillor Duff, seconded by Councillor Whiteside, is as per the paper circulated entitled Administration Budget Motion, subject to and notwithstanding what is in the paper circulated. The motion is contingent upon the recommendations in terms of item 5E, report number 4323 being agreed in a subsequent vote. The further amendment by Councillor Speed, seconded by Councillor Scott, is the budget as agreed, being in effect the motion by Councillor Duff, but subject to the amendments outlined in the paper circulated, and notwithstanding, the budget is contingent upon the amendment to the recommendations in terms of item 5E, report number 4323 being agreed in a subsequent vote. Please vote motion or amendment.
Amendment.
Deputy Provost.
Amendment.
Councillor Beattie.
Amendment.
Councillor Bell.
Amendment.
Councillor Braze.
Amendment.
Councillor Cheap. Councillor Cowdy.
Amendment.
Councillor Devine. Councillor Doran. Councillor Duff.
Amendment.
Councillor Durno. Councillor Fairweather.
No vote.
Councillor Fotheringham.
No vote.
Councillor Gall.
No vote.
Councillor Gregg.
No vote.
Councillor MacDonald.
Amendment.
Councillor McLaren. Councillor Meehan.
Amendment.
Councillor Melville.
Amendment.
Councillor Gavin Nicholl.
No vote.
Councillor Louise Nicholl. Councillor Proctor.
No vote.
Councillor Scott.
Amendment.
Councillor Shepherd. Councillor Speed.
Amendment.
Councillor Stewart.
No vote.
Councillor Wan.
No vote.
And Councillor Whiteside. There is 18 votes for the amendment, none for the motion. Therefore, the amendment's carried.
Right. Moving on, I think we've one final part to go, which is 5E. Oh, sorry, about 5E of the papers. I'll maybe ask the Director of Legal and Democratic to see where we move from here on that one. Thank you.
Through yourself, Provost.
Yes.
As members are aware, the budget as agreed was contingent upon this last paper being determined. So we just ask the paper has now been put forward.
Yeah, thank you, Provost. And has Councillor Meehan has left
Yes,
us. Okay. I think it just falls upon me to move paper 5E to be added to the budget that we've already approved. And I would propose that we accept paper 5E.
Yes, yep.
Just to clarify, so you're asking that they accept the recommendations as per that report, Councillor?
Correct, yes. I
Thank
do.
you.
I would like to second that, please.
So is that paper then agreed?
Is that agreed? No? Okay.
So, yes, would you like to put forward your amendment and
Just to not agree to the paper.
so just you don't agree to any of the recommendations in the report whatsoever?
No. Yeah.
So just to clarify, Councillor Warren, you not put forward the amendments that you had in the original amendment that you put forward against the budget? Okay, thank you.
Right, so we'll go to the vote.
Provost, the motion by Councillor Duff, seconded by Councillor Whiteside, is to approve the recommendations as detailed in report 4323, detailed at 5E on the agenda. The amendment by Councillor Gall, seconded by Councillor Wan, is not to approve the recommendations. in Report 4323, item 5E. Please vote motion or amendment.
Provost.
Motion.
Deputy Provost.
Motion.
Councillor Beattie.
Motion.
Councillor Bell.
Motion.
Councillor Cheap.
Motion.
Councillor Cowdy.
Motion.
Councillor Devine.
Motion.
Councillor Doran.
No.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, Councillor Devine. Did I say? Motion. Yeah. Okay, Councillor Doran.
No vote.
Councillor Duff.
Motion.
Councillor Durno.
Motion.
Councillor Fairweather.
Amendment.
Councillor Fotheringham.
Amendment.
Councillor Gall.
Amendment.
Councillor Gregg.
Amendment.
Councillor MacDonald.
Motion.
Councillor McLaren. Councillor Melville.
Motion.
Councillor Nicholl.
Amendment.
Sorry, Gavin Nicholl. Councillor Louise Nicholl. Councillor Proctor.
Amendment.
Councillor Scott.
No vote.
Councillor Shepherd.
Motion.
Councillor Speed.
Motion.
Councillor Stewart.
Amendment.
Councillor Wan. And Councillor Whiteside.
Motion.
Provost,
Oh, yeah, sorry.
could I
Yeah.
be allowed to cast my vote?
Yes. All right.
Did I miss you out? Did I?
And having been on the losing side of all budget votes for the 5 years.
Did I? Oh, is that where I went wrong? Oh, maybe that's where. Sorry, that's where I went wrong. I should have started a new sheet.
What are we doing?
So that's 15 votes for the motion and 10 votes for the amendment. Has been a long day.
Through yourself, Provost, I'd just like to confirm that's the budget agreed for Angus Council.